two, 1, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please find your seats, we'd like to begin with proceedings. Everybody find themselves a seat so we can begin. Hello, good morning. All right, ladies and gents, please find your seats. We would like to begin. Please find your seats. We'd like to begin. Thank you.
Together to vote for the first time. The 27th of April 1994 marked a turning point for our nation. The whole world had its eyes on us. We were celebrated as the miracle nation with a peaceful transition to democracy and an end to oppression, healed by reconciliation, not revenge. Something everyone thought was impossible became possible. Remember seeing our new flag symbolizing our magnificent lands, oceans and rivers, waving proudly in the African breeze. That day, we saw a new, free South Africa. We, the people, united. For the first time, all races came together to build a road out of the darkness of the past and into the light. For the first time, we stood shoulder to shoulder. We sang, we danced, we cheered, we celebrated. Change and unity was no longer a dream, but something achieved. We embraced the promise of freedom. We embraced a new South Africa. Our future had never been brighter. We now had a country we could finally all call home, united in our diversity.
I am a mother. I am a father. I'm a daughter. I am a son. I believe in freedom. Freedom to earn a living. Go where I want. Love who I want. Say what I believe and pursue my dreams. I am brave. I am a provider. I believe in fairness. A fairness where our achievements are determined by our choices and hard work. I am a leader. I believe in opportunity. A nation where opportunity is plentiful and everyone's rights are protected. I believe in diversity. Every person has a unique perspective and an important role to play in building our nation. We do not judge each other by how we look, but by who we are. We are South Africans working together. We are the Democratic Alliance.
Dankie Droshka. Danko DJ Droshka. Azbonye. Ishu! Asambe DA, Asambe DA, Asambe DA, Siyayenza lento. Siyabashugumisa manje. Asambe. Ekasilami kuphethi DA. Asambe bazo. Ekasilami kuphethi DA. Emid Valley kuphethi DA. Emid Valley kuphethi DA. Asambe. Runa ne batla mi se. Runa ne batla di petrol. Runa ne batla mi se. Hey buse. Runa ne batla di petrol. Runa ne batla mi se. Hey buse. Runa ne batla di petrol. Runa ne batla mi se. Hey buse. Runa ne batla di petrol. Asambe mchana. Upanzo 7. Uhamba no Slovakia. Asambe DJ. Kita ukomako. Kita ushugumisa. Kita ukomako. Kita upachapa. Kita ushugumisa. Kita upachapa. Yes, yeah. Viva DA, viva! Viva South Africa, viva! Viva Mzansi, viva! Pata DA, pata! Oi, oi! DA, oi, oi! Viva Democratic Alliance, viva! Aye, yeah, Democratic Alliance, aye, yeah. Long live the spirit of Helen Suzman, long live. Long live the spirit of Helen Suzman, long live. Ni abasabana. Asam. Yes, yeah. Aye. Asam is select. Let's all stand up and sing. Let's go. 1, 2. Asa DA Dumela. Dio Asambe. DA Dumela. Dumela. sheba o e shebe o tla e shebela mahala o tla bolawa ke pelo dumela asamba tie rosa o tla e sheba o e shebe o tla e shebela mahala o tla bolawa ke pelo Asam! Gentlemen, please welcome to the stage our host for today, Karabo Khacha. Asam. Yes, Karabo, yes, yeah. Wasa. Asam Basilet. Chuma. Dumela. Yes, yeah. Viva! Waza! Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho.
Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Amandla. Awethu.
Amandla.
Viva viva.
Viva.
Oi oi, Democratic Alliance. Oi oi. Democrats, South Africans, good morning and welcome to the Gauteng Provincial Congress 2023. I am your master of ceremony today. My name is Karabo Lerato Khachau. Keto adi mo Afrika ngwanana mosotho yana ka sebele. Mokubungwa o tsatsa bothipi kubu tsama rota rebane. Democrats, this is an absolutely beautiful day for Gauteng. Today we are shaping the future of the Democratic Alliance in Gauteng. Today we are going to be taking decisions that will see us walk into the union buildings in 2024. We're going to be dealing with constitutional amendments and resolutions, but also we're going to be electing leadership. Leadership that will inspire hope for South Africans and leadership that will turn the tide around. Viva DA, viva! But first, in true South African political style, I ask that we all rise for the national anthem.
All gentlemen, please remove your head. As some belief, we are about to see.
Oi, John.
Away, TA, away.
Away. I'm sure we want to know before we start with the program whether we have the rights to actually kickstart this program, whether we have a Congress, we have a quorum, or we should just go back home. But no, we don't. Okay, I'm happy that's the spirit we want. We are here, we don't want to go anywhere. But to tell us whether we can proceed with this Congress, please welcome onto the stage our presiding officers, Werner Horn and Priscilla Isaacs.
Good morning, fellow Democrats. Today, it's our privilege to be in your presence. I'm Priscilla Isaacs from the Northern Cape, and with me, I've got the very salted and seasoned presiding officer, Werner Horn, who have been in this process, or part of this process, for a few weeks. This is the last Provincial Congress in Gauteng was held in 2020 when it was a virtual Congress because of COVID-19. Today, we are having this Congress in person, and we have 961 voting delegates for the Gauteng Congress 2023. Amongst our voting delegates, we have our federal leader, John Steenhuisen. We have our federal chairperson, Ivan Meyer. And we have our federal council chairperson, Jelen Zille, in the house. Of the 961 voting delegates, more than 80% have registered and are congregated here today. The final number of delegates who were casting the votes will be confirmed with the announcements of the results. Given the fact that we are fully constituted, we declare Gauteng Congress 2023 open and in sitting. Thank you.
So everyone has the right to be seated where they're seated. That's great. So now that we know that we have a quorum and our Congress is declared officially open, it would be illegal for us to enter into a person's house without them addressing us. So then, help me welcome onto the stage the provincial chairperson of Gauteng, Fred Now.
Democrats, welcome to the Gauteng Provincial Congress 2023. 2020, we all looked at each other through screens. Now, it's awesome to have everybody back in the same room and being able to have a Congress together as a province. Isn't that amazing? We've overcome that hardship because we are resolute and we are strong. This Congress is an important Congress because we showcase to Gauteng and the country the difference between the Democratic Alliance and other political parties. Because you know there are some political parties who don't have congresses. The leader hires and fires, or the right-hand man of the leader hires and fires. That's not democracy. There are other political parties who pretend to have congresses, but they have a leader that says, I don't want you, you withdraw before we have Congress. Then there's another party who also have congresses, but then they buy votes. They intimidate delegates. They have members of members. They give people little notes to tell them how to vote. Not in the Democratic Alliance. Because in the Democratic Alliance, you will have a free, fair, and secret vote to make your own choice, and that is how we work. And that is why we should be in government in this province as well, because we take this culture into government, we'll change this province around. Democrats, this Congress also happens within the context of a South Africa that's in trouble. A country that needs to be rescued. A country where we have load shedding. A province where we have joblessness. Unemployment rate, very, very high. Crime, corruption is just rife, and it needs change. We also know that we, within the context, we are very brave mayor, MMCs and councillors in Tshwane has to fight the most incredible intimidation from unions who are only looking out for their own pockets and not for the well-being of everybody else. We have the same situation in the Western Cape where Alan Winde and his team and Gordon Hill Lewis, our mayor, need to stand firm against what's happening there, and they've been a shining light in this country, contrasting us to a minister that wants to negotiate with criminals. It is within this context that this Congress takes place, and we can showcase our difference to the world. This Congress is not about people. It's not about individuals. It's not about you, it's not about me. It's about putting the DA on the pedestal here today. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Democrats, I ask for your discipline today. We have very important decisions that we need to take, especially around the constitutional amendments. We have a very high threshold to change our constitution, and I really ask that for that period, I know sometimes some people might find it a little bit boring, but to improve the workings of our province, we need to make those changes, and I really ask that you show some discipline, that you're in the room, and that you're here for the reason why we're here, and that's to take these important decisions. You've heard what our presiding officers said. We have a fantastic turnout at this Congress today, and therefore we are duly constituted. Let's get to work. Thank you.
Asa. You know that song? Yeah? You know that song? I will. You know that song? I saw it. Let's go. Let's go.
Bonani ama Democrats. Blue people. Well, I think I must say Blue Army. Because you have to form the most formidable army in the history of the DA going into 2024. Blue Army, Gauteng is South Africa's battleground 2024. It literally is ground zero for the Moonshot Pact. Ground zero. And I'm sure you'll hear from our leader, John Steenhuisen, all about the Moonshot Pact and how all things are coming together at the second great national convention South Africa has had in Gauteng. And that's not a coincidence, because it is in Gauteng that the future of South Africa will either be made or broken come 2024. And so it is my great pleasure to have come up here for this brief speech, and I was told to be very brief, and diakwazi ukumamela. So I'm going to keep very brief. Dingu gogo ngoku. Andikwazi ukuqensa. Kodwa diakwazi kuthetha. Democrats, we are literally fighting for South Africa's future. But you know what? We can do it. When I was elected leader many years ago, before many of you were born, I had 3 phrases. I said, we can, we must, and we will. We can, we must, and we will, and we are almost there. You know, the DA does polling every day, every single day. We know what the voters are thinking. We know how they're responding to us. We know what issues move them. And we don't talk publicly about the details of our polling. But I want to tell you that every Friday I sit on the edge of my seat to wait for the results to come in. And without going into any detail, let me tell you, we have never been closer. There's an English idiom that says we are in spitting distance, which means if you are standing behind someone and you spit, not far, just a little bit, you will hit them. And that is how close we are to becoming the biggest party in Gauteng. And Blue Army, it depends on you. It depends on all of us, but more than anything else, it depends on all the wonderful blue soldiers in this room. The battleground for South Africa's future. But before we look to the future, I want to look back over the months since the 2021 election on the 1st of November of that year. And I need to say thank you to the brave warriors of Gauteng. You know, when a ship is moving in the water, people see it sailing peacefully, but they don't see the engine and the horsepower that is required to keep it moving forward. And there were so many wonderful people who worked day and night negotiating the coalitions, often until 1 o'clock in the morning. That team sat there and tried to put together the most complex coalitions, not only in South Africa, but I would reckon anywhere in the world. And we had 9-party coalitions, 7-party coalitions, things that are unheard of anywhere else. In Britain, they can't even manage a 2-party coalition. And here we are in South Africa, pioneering the way for the world to show how a complex, plural society can form a democracy. And of course, we had minority coalitions here, which means that even if all the coalition partners add up together, we can't get more than half. And those are very, very difficult. And if there is one message those coalitions must send to every voter of Gauteng, when you look at the Western Cape and compare the Western Cape to every other province in South Africa, there's only one key difference, and that color is blue. That color is blue. If it wasn't for blue government in the Western Cape almost for 20 years since 2006, we wouldn't be able to see the difference between any of the provinces. But we don't have to look overseas for examples or anywhere else. Right in our country here, we can see the difference that blue government makes. We don't have to talk about it, we can see it and we can feel it. But our message to the voters of Gauteng and the whole of South Africa in this election is, if you want blue government, you have to vote for it. It doesn't just come. If you want blue government, you have to vote for it. And it's quite unfair for voters, let's say in Johannesburg, to give us 26% of the vote and then demand blue government. We can't do that, and the fault is not ours. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, did I play my part as a voter to bring the government I want? And that is the message, because voters have the primary responsibility. And then, of course, we have to do the necessary, and when we're in government, we do, and we do our very, very best. So now, as we look at our great Gauteng cities, and I grew up in this one, and went to school in this one, and we see them crumbling, it is literally heartbreaking. And every day, my heart and all the strength that I can send via Telstar goes to Celia Brink, who has the hardest job in the whole of South Africa. And when people in the ANC demand that the ANC veterans give the youth a chance, I say, just look at the DA and how many young people have the chance to climb the ladder and reach the top positions in the DA. And gogos like me like sitting in the background to support them and to help them and to carry them and to lift them up so that they can climb much higher than we ever did. And so, we are behind you all. And as I said, we are in spitting distance of the yellow party. And in this election, it may be blue versus yellow. That's what it is in this election. But let me tell you something. It won't be long. It won't be long before the choice is between blue and red. Blue and red will be the future choice of South Africa. I've lived long enough to see the death of two huge parties that once were all-powerful in South Africa. One was the United Party. Now, many of you may never have heard of the United Party. It was once a very powerful government under Prime Minister Jan Smuts. Do you remember him from history? Well, I was alive then. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Handikoki, I was here. And that almighty party that had the respect of the whole world, because they didn't organize properly internally, and because they did not know where their roots were, and because they could not default to principles, they unraveled and died while I was a journalist on the Rand Daily Mail writing about it. And then the National Party, it was almost like a one-party state, single-party domination. The DA's forerunner the Progressive Party had one public representative in the whole of South Africa. And I often wish Helen Suzman could just look down and see us now. I wish she could just look down and see us now. We had one public representative in the whole of South Africa at that point. In kyk hoe lyk ons nou. But believe me, no one would ever have said in their wildest dreams that within my lifetime the National Party would be gone. And it is. And let me make a prediction. Because the ANC doesn't know what it stands for anymore, because it can't revert to principles, because it hasn't got any, believe me, in my lifetime I will see that party die too. But then the real battle begins between blue and red. And remember the difference. Red is hate. Blue is reconciliation and love. Racism is red. Non-racialism is blue. Failed Marxist economics is red. Economic growth and a social market economy is blue. State control is red. Freedom is blue. Breaking everything down and calling for the murder of people is red. Building up and bringing people together, the blue people, is blue. And if South Africa is to have any future at all, it is to be blue. All of you here, we look at as blue people. You may not look blue on the outside like I don't, I'm a pale shade of grey. But inside, your heart beats blue. And I often say, if you listen to your heart, all the blue people, you will hear B-A. So blue people, mobilize. We need to go out and conquer because the future of our beloved country depends on you. Phambili DA! Phambili DA! God bless you all. Thank you.
Asante mwaku.
Oi, oi, Godzilla, oi,
Helen. I see the rest of the crowd is still in a groove mood. We'll have ample time for that. While we thank Helen, I now want to call onto the stage another powerhouse who will again show us why it is that we are here today. So I'll ask that you all clap your hands together as we welcome the federal chairperson of the Democratic Alliance, Dr. Ivan Meyer!
Delegates, I came this morning from Cape Town, where we upheld the rule of law. And the rule of law is coming to Gauteng in 2024 under the Democratic Alliance. I came here because I realized that Gauteng is the path to victory and the pathway to the union buildings.
And that's why I'm happy that our federal leader, John Steenhuisen, is in the house. Jan Zille is in the house. Asher is in the house. Thomas Walters is in the house. My deputy federal chairperson, Anton Bredel, is in the house. But in the house, we also have provincial leaders from other provinces. From Mpumalanga, Jane Sitole. From Limpopo, Lindy Wilson. From Northwest, Leon Basson. And all those other people from other provinces that came here, thank you for your support for Gauteng. And when I'm looking at this Congress, I see the energy. Then I realize that nothing but nothing is going to stop this DA Gautrain to the union buildings. Last week, I attended together with John Steenhuisen, Jan Zille, and others, and Thomas Walters. We attended with Anton Bredel the National Dialogue on Coalitions, convened by the Deputy President Paul Masitile. The National Dialogue on Coalition Governments was nothing but a public admission that the ANC is finished and the outgoing government in South Africa. They simply called the dialogue to give the ANC a lifeline. To put it differently, their coalition dialogue was the ANC pressing the panic button. But I'm here to say today in Gauteng, it is too late. Victory is coming to Gauteng. While the ANC is panicking, we are preparing to govern in Gauteng. Because Gauteng is the economic hub of South Africa, we need hope and action plus urgency. Gauteng needs hope. The acronym for hope means higher opportunities for people to excel. Not this mediocrity, not this average standard, not this macaroni ministers in the national parliament. No, they only talk macaroni without cheese. Leaders must inject hope and enthusiasm. The word enthusiasm is derived from a Greek word meaning entheos. Entheos means filled with a spirit. I see that spirit. Today, I see the spirit is to win Gauteng. I want Gauteng to win. But it was former US President Franklin Roosevelt who once said, it is not sufficient to just want something. You have to ask yourself, what are you doing to achieve those things? Well, the simple answer is register, 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 and connect with our voters. It was also Yanni Mouton who once said that nobody ever achieved something with negativity. And so we're going into this Congress with energy of positivity. The hope that the ANC can now be beaten is now real and backed up by polling. The hope that we with the National Moonshot Pact can win is now real, as John will explain, and also backed up by polling. Because hope is now real, we need action steps. We need to do certain things. The first thing we need to do, John reminded us in PE, govern with humility. Respect citizens. The ANC have no respect for citizens. Number two, appoint people who are competent. Jan Zille was the mayor in Cape Town in 2006, and she appointed competent people. She became the premier in 2009, she appointed competent people. She became the premier in 2014, she appointed competent people. Good governance simply don't just happen. It is the architect amalgam of the appointments of people. She coined it fit for purpose. Now I see in the ANC documents, they say they will appoint people that's fit for purpose. And then I look at the National Minister of Transport, then I say, God help me. Number 3, we must conduct lifestyle audits. In this province, when we govern, every MEC, the Premier, all the heads of departments will be forced to conduct a lifestyle audit. Jy kan nie geld onder jou matras sit nie. You don't sleep on money. If we have to do a lifestyle audit today in Gauteng, this whole Lesotho en sy maatjies sal moet bedank. Number 4, I think we must put R1 billion in a master infrastructure plan for this province and levy another 900 billion rand from the private sector because this place is broken. We need 1 trillion rand to inject infrastructure. Of half of that will be repairs and maintenance. When Zille came to power, her government said, we're not building any new roads. We are fixing the mess that we inherited of the ANC. So repairs and maintenance is important. We don't have kings and queens in the Western Cape, but we have, her name is repairs and maintenance. Gauteng will have no royal house, but it will have a royal house for repairs and the royal house for maintenance and infrastructure. Number 5, you must design for good governance and service delivery for people. Because what we have is governance for the fat cats in this province. And that minister that talks macaroni without cheese. Number 6, we have to restore the trust and the dignity of the residents in Gauteng. 7, focus on jobs, focus on energy, and focus on crime. Safety is paramount. But I want to say it's energy, it's jobs, and crime plus 1. Plus 1 is the issue in your town, in your ward, in your village that is perhaps different from any other area. 8, establish a culture of repairs and maintenance. 9, zero tolerance for corruption. Politicians in this province, they will end up in jail with John Block in Uppington. Number 9, we will have to communicate our successes, as we say in the DA, on message, in volume, over time, not to boast, not to brag, but to sow the seeds of confidence and trust in a new government. Hope and action will turn Gauteng around. But what is really needed is hope plus action plus urgency. Urgency in this province. Ons kan nie hierdie meetings hê van eat, meet and greet nie. ANC meetings that they call in the Western Cape, it's called imbizos. Imbizos is meant to listen. But when you look at the agenda, it is eat, meet and greet. And meet is niyama. Everything in this province is broken. The ANC broke everything. But let me be clear, very clear. The people of Gauteng are not broken. The ANC is broken. And the resilience of the people of this province is remarkable. The township economy in this province is the most resilient in South Africa. Nothing can break their spirit in our towns in Gauteng. Nothing can break it. The ANC is the Goliath who has met their David moment. There will be many storms in the run-up of this election in Gauteng. But please know that the storm is there to prepare you for leadership in government. David has defeated Goliath. And so the DA will defeat the ANC in the next election. I hope that you have realized that the word David, the first two letters in the word David, is DA. I hope you understand that the ANC is the Goliath. Rama. I hope that you realize that the first two words of Goliath is go. I hope you realize that the ANC must go. There's now a new spirit, as I conclude, in Gauteng. A spirit of urgency, because 2024 is around the corner. It is our zeitgeist, the spirit of the time. But we need urgency, because the ANC are now celebrating the National Development Plan. It's a document collected dust for the last 20 years. And now they want to celebrate it again through eat, meet, and greet. But I think we need urgency in this province to implement a capable state, urgency to provide real leadership, and urgency to promote active citizenship, the three pillars of the National Development Plan. There will be no glorification of thyself after the election. There will be no self-importance. There will be no blue lights, no ministerial houses, no tenders for pelts, no pension collectors, no ambizos, no gold displacement, no government t-shirts, no government outfitters, and no more patients dying in our hospitals in Gauteng due to negligence. There is urgency to work. We must implement innovation in every field in government. And we must create business and investment-friendly environment. The DA must succeed. And the DA will succeed. Because of Gauteng is the pathway for the Moonsword Pact to the union buildings. For the Moonsword Pact to succeed, the DA in Gauteng must succeed and will succeed. I smell the victory. Let us go out and work, because the national and provincial election is around the corner. Today we have to elect leaders today that we will steer the blue train to victory. The story of David and Goliath have 5 lessons for this Congress. Number 1, be bigger than your fear. Number 2, the size of the problem doesn't matter. Everything is broken. We have to fix everything. The size of the problem does not matter. A young boy called David was meeting a size called Goliath. The size of the problem doesn't matter. The third lesson for this Congress, use what you already have. Gauteng has a sea of volunteers. Thank you to those volunteers. You know that David was a volunteer when he went to deliver some food for his brothers. And it was a volunteer that brought the victory. I want to thank, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, the volunteers. I want to thank Dave, Daso, Dawn, and our activists. And the fourth lesson from David and Goliath, or to put it differently, from the DA and the ANC, is believe it is possible. And lastly, stop underestimating your strength. You can, you will, and you must win this province. As I stand here, I see the victory. I see John Steenhuisen marching. I see the blue machine. I see it in my spiritual eye. I see John Steenhuisen. I see that David. I see John is the DA, and he is defeating the Goliath. I see the Goliath falling. I see it, the ANC is falling. I see it in my spiritual eye. Because I believe what you don't see with a physical eye, turn to your spirituality. Because I see it. I see John Steenhuisen walking up the stairs of the union buildings. I see it happening. I came here to tell you, I have already seen it.
Yes, yes.
And if you believe,
Yes.
so it will be. God bless.
Amanda! Away to Viva Ivan Mayor, viva! Hoi hoi, Ivan Mayor, hoi hoi! Halala, Democratic Alliance, halala! Democrats, that was absolutely goosebumps worthy. I am excited. We even have the measuring tape for the curtains, John. We see you walking up the stairs in that office. Thank you very much for that address, Dr. Mayor. Now, Democrats, we have had our oil filled. We're excited, we're energized, but we came here to work. We want to build a strong democratic alliance for our future. In order to do so, we need a constitution in this province that works to strengthen the democratic alliance. We agree, so buckle up and help me welcome onto the stage the chairperson of the Constitutional Amendments Committee, Fred Nell.
Congrats, thank you very much. This is really the session that we need to be all in the hall and disciplined. It is important. The last time our provincial constitution was amended was in 2017, and the federal constitution has changed twice since then. So we need to bring it in line, and we must get 80% of the delegates to vote in favor of a change to get it passed. It's going to be very important that you're all here. The house lights will be on so you can follow the amendments in your program, in your stunning little Congress book. And you'll see the slides, the page numbers correspond with the number of the amendment. What you also need to take out now are these 3 cards in your little goodie bag. Everybody got their cards? So this is not for soccer, this is for voting. So the green card means you agree. The red card means you disagree or you're against. And the yellow means you don't care. So let's very quickly train. Let's have a training exercise. All those who believe that we should serve soup for lunch, please raise your green card. No, just green. Please, not your other cards. Only those in favor now vote. I only want to see green cards now. If you don't want soup, you'll get your opportunity to show me. All right, so this is exactly how we're going to vote in the constitutional amendments. We're only going to take the one vote first and then the second one. If you don't want soup for lunch, show me your red card. Only red. And please don't hold them like this, because if they count you from the back, they might think you're in favor. So if you don't care what you're going to get for lunch, show me the yellow. All of you who put up the yellow, we love you. All right. Okay, so we're going to go to the very first amendment. Number 1, which is on page 7 of your booklet. So colleagues, I'm really going to ask you to be very disciplined with the cards when we vote. So we're going to take the one vote at a time. All right. So Amendment 1 is not a major amendment. It just says that speaks to legal action, and the procedure that we have in the party is that we apply through the chair of the Federal Council for legal action. And basically what this amendment says is that we can enter into legal action, but it is subject to the federal procedures of the party. Can I please see all of those in favor of this amendment? Please raise your green card and your green card only. Okay, please take it down. All those against this amendment, please raise a red card. Those who don't care, please raise a yellow. All right. The vote met the threshold, therefore it's passed. Thank you very, very much. Let's keep it up. It's only 52 more to go. Amendment number 2 deals with ancillaries, and the party assisted, supported by the and other approved ancillary bodies is the insertion in that section, or Federal Congress is what's added there. So the reason why we're putting this in is because the constitution of the party says that the party can always add ancillary bodies if it wanted to. And there might be something like a rainbow network in the future, or there may be one closes down, you never know. So basically this just gives us the opportunity to adapt to whatever the party agrees to. So it's really just an administrative change. So all of those in favor of this change, show me your green cards. Thank you, you may drop it. All those against, show me your red. Abstentions? All right, it's unanimously passed. Thank you very much. That was number 2. Number 3, also supported by the Constitutional Review Committee. So basically what this says, it refers to the rules of ancillaries. For instance, our Constitution does not make provision that, for instance, dawn elections happen at constituencies, but the dawn rules do make provision for it. So what we're saying is, if there's a national rule that says we must do it, then we agree to that national rule and we implement it. We're already doing it. This just gives reference in the Constitution that we must continue to do it. So it just codifies it. So all those in favor of Amendment 3, show me your green cards. Thank you very much. All those against, show me red. Yellow? Okay. It met the threshold and is carried. Thank you. Amendment number 4. Decisions at duly constituted meetings are taken by a majority of voting members present and voting. The person presiding such meeting has a casting vote as well as a deliberative vote, unless they're performing the role of a presiding officer. And you know that for many branch AGMs and constituency AGMs, we put in independent presiding officers. So this just says that a chairperson can vote unless they're a presiding officer from outside the constituency or outside the branch. This is basically what this means. All those in favor of the amendment, please show me your green cards. Thank you. Those opposed? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Let's move on to number 5. So you will know in our branch AGMs, we allow a member who just joined to form part of the quorum, but they may not vote. And basically what this amendment does, it just confirms that, that procedure that we're already following, so that it can help you to get quorum and for branch AGMs. So all those in favor? Thanks, Banana. All right, thank you. Those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Number 6. So basically at this stage, the Provincial Congress happens from 9 months before and not exceeding 6 months after an election of a general nature. We know that the congresses in our party now usually follows a pattern. It usually starts with an announcement that we're going to have a federal council, a federal congress meeting, and that's usually a decision taken by FedEx or the federal council, which also means that we also want to fall into that cycle. So in order to give more flexibility, in order to call provincial congresses in line with the procedure that we did this year, we are just the only requirement that you put in is that we not have a Congress later than 3 months after the 3rd year anniversary of the previous Congress, or signed by at least 10% of members who asks for it. And this could be an instance where you want to bring a motion of no confidence in the leadership. It may be an incidence where you want to disband the party in the province, for instance, or something like that. That's why the 10% threshold was proposed by the Constitutional Review Committee. It's not to put the province under administration. There's a federal guideline and a federal constitutional clause that deals with that. So amendment number 6, all those in favor, please show me your green cards. Thank you. All those against? Red cards. Please just count it for me. Okay, so colleagues, if you're going to vote, don't do this. It doesn't help us. Just keep it up. Thank you very much. The amendment passed the minimum threshold and therefore is passed. Amendment number 7. Please note that this amendment runs over 2 pages in your book. If you can go to the second slide, please. So it doesn't change the composition of the Congress. It's exactly as it is now, where delegates form double the number of public reps in the province, together with your PEC. We just changed the wording to make it read easier. So it doesn't change the composition. It'll still be a very nice big Congress like this, and the more public reps we get elected, the bigger the Congress will get. So all those in favor of the amendment, please show me your green cards. Those against, please raise your red cards. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. That's number 7. Let's move on to number 8. In terms of 7.6.2 of the Federal Constitution, the federal leader, the federal chairperson, and the chairperson of Federal Council serve on every single body of the party, and have voting rights on every one of those bodies. So initially we didn't put it in because we just felt that it is mutatis mutandis, in other words, it applies normally. But we support that it also be mentioned in our rules, our constitution, so we don't have a problem with that. And we are supporting that as a Constitution Review Committee. So all of those in favor, please show me your green cards. Thank you. Those against, show me red. Abstentions? 1 red. Thank you very much. All right, it's passed. That is number 8. Number 9. Number 9 refers to the regional rules and practices. So this deals with regional deputy chairpersons, and the initial formulation of our constitution says that not more than 2 regional vice chairpersons, and this also affects the composition of Provincial Congress. The Constitutional Review Committee felt that allowing up to 3 deputy chairpersons is a bit too much, and therefore does not support this. We do not oppose should any regions have in their own rules and practices 3 deputy chairpersons. That's their rules that they can formulate. But we felt that it could give some regions an advantage in the composition of a provincial congress over others, although it is just maximum 3 or 5 members. So those in favour, please. In other words, we said not support. So if you feel that we are wrong, then you put up your green card. If you agree with our contention that this shouldn't be passed, then you put up your red card. So I'm going to start with the green cards first. Those who want this to pass, please raise your green cards. Thank you. All those who, well, it can't pass because it didn't get the 80% threshold in any case. So thank you very much. We're going to number 10. The amendment here is that at the moment we have 1 deputy provincial chairperson. It's our view that the workload has increased so much that it would be good to expand the provincial leadership a little bit to spread the work around. And therefore we're proposing that there should be 3 deputy provincial chairpersons in future. All those in favour, raise your green cards. Green cards only, please. Sorry, I see a couple of red cards. Just stick to your green for now. Thank you, Duncan and Tembu. All right, those against? All right, please, can we count those, please? No, not yellow now. All right, I think the count is done. You can lower your cards. All right, thank you very much to the counters. This amendment did pass the threshold and is therefore passed. Thank you very much. We move on to number 11. Okay, one extension. Thank you. You're not in the running for that position. All right. 11A. This really is just the first sentence of the section, so it is really just administrative, and we support that this be in. It's really just precedes the clause, so we're happy with this to pass. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Abstentions 3. All right, that passed. Thank you very much. 11B. It's just the people that's elected at the Provincial Congress. This is the current provision that we elect a provincial leader. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? It's just a reformulation of the clause. Thank you very much. It met the threshold and has passed. 11C. The proposer is proposing that there should be a deputy provincial leader. The Provincial Constitutional Review Committee felt that in light of the 3 deputy chairpersons, this is not necessary and did not support this, but obviously this decision is up to Congress to make the decision. So all those in favour of this amendment, green, please raise your cards. Okay, thank you. Just blow your cards. Can I get an indication of who's against? I think it's safe to say it didn't carry. All right, Amendment 11D, we're not going to vote on. It's a duplicate of a previous amendment, so we just put it in there so that we didn't screw up the numbering. So we go to number 12. This is a crucial clause. So up at this stage, we amend our constitution by 80% of the delegates of the Provincial Congress. The Federal Constitution is amended by 2/3 by Federal Congress, and we felt it is more prudent to bring it down the threshold to 2/3 of the Provincial Congress, in line with the same as you would for the Federal Congress, and that we shouldn't have a higher threshold. All those in favour of lowering the threshold to 2/3? Please raise your cards. Green only. Thank you very much. Those against? It met the threshold. Janu, the clause is passed. Jy kan 'n reel dance. All right, amendment number 13. In case of resignation, death, membership termination of any members elected at the Provincial Congress, the Provincial Council must be convened to elect the candidates to fill the vacancies. Basically what this means is if in the middle of the term a deputy chair or a chairperson or the leader resigns or dies, and hopefully not, or something like that, then it's a huge undertaking to get a Congress like this together, and the quickest way is to go to the next highest body, which is the Provincial Council, to fill that position. I think in recent times we used the PEC. So all those in favour that we've used the Provincial Council to fill? Banana, you just like big audiences. You just want Congress every week. All right, thank you very much. Those against? I have 7 votes against. It meets a threshold. Thank you very much. Amendment 13 is passed. Amendment number 14. The proposal is the deletion of where possible prior to Federal Council meetings. We were actually ambivalent about this. The feeling was actually that if we moved the comma, that would be sufficient in this clause. But we're going to leave it up to Congress to make the decision as to whether we keep it as it is. So all those in favor of the change, please show your green cards. All those against, please show me your red cards. All right, the change meets the threshold and is passed. Number 15. If you can go to the second slide on 15, please. Rob, can you go to the second slide? Thank you. So the composition of the Provincial Council remains the same. So this clause was changed a few times. In the past, councillors were only a percentage of councillors that attended Provincial Council, but we changed it to all councillors. And so basically what we're just saying is all public representatives that reside in the province attend Provincial Council. So we just cleaned up the wording. So the composition hasn't changed. It's just cleaning up the wording and making it easier to read. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Those against? Abstention. Thank you. Noted. It meets the threshold and is passed. Number 16. It's exactly the same as the previous one, where we just put in these three people who are voting delegates, also at Provincial Council. It's in line with the Federal Constitution, and we therefore support it. All those in favour, please raise your green cards. Thank you very much. And those against, red cards. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Amendment 17 falls away because the previous one did not pass. So this would have been a consequential change, so we don't need to vote on this. We go to 18. Rob, 18. Yeah, we got Robert Dalton back. And as you can see, he makes us wait as always. No. So we're changing the composition of the provincial executive slightly to be more like an executive, and therefore the representatives on the provincial executive to be more functional and to improve communication between the provincial executive and structures in the province. And what we're doing here is we are ensuring that the communication between the caucuses goes through the caucus leaders, and therefore the amendment is that the caucus leader or his or her nominee from each of the local government caucuses in the province serves on the PEC. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very, very much. Number 19 has been withdrawn. Was a duplicate. Number 20. All right, so what this clause does, it allows for co-options, which the PEC does not have that right at the moment. Most of the executives within the party, federal executive, and I think in many regional executives do have the option to co-opt. We are limiting it to only 4, but they must have a specific task that they must execute. Because of the size of the provincial executive, we thought that 4 won't have a major impact in terms of the voting balance within the PEC, which obviously needs to be protected. And then the second clause that we're making provision for is to allow for a provincial constituency head. You will recall in the past we had a provincial constituency head for DASU, and we had one for ancillaries as well. they can't report to a region because they need to report, because it's a provincial constituency. So in the instance that we are going to need any provincial constituencies that is non-geographic, the head of that constituency will report to the provincial executive. The Provincial Disciplinary Committee chair is not a full member of the PEC at the moment, and we want to add that. Our FCC representative as well, as we feel that needs to be better communication between the FCC, which is the Federal Candidate Selection Committee, who takes a lot of decisions in terms of candidate selection, and then the Provincial Fundraising Chair, as elected by the PEC. We have a fundraising chair at the moment, but is as an invited guest to the PEC. So all those in favour of these amendments, please show me your green cards. Thank you. Those against, please show me red. All right, unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 21. Same in terms of the PEC, we also but acknowledge the federal constitution that says that the federal leader, federal chairperson, and chairperson of federal council has a right to attend it and vote at it. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 22. This is a consequential change because we approved the 3 deputy chairpersons. This needs to be in the Constitution. So please, all those in favour, show me your green. Okay, those against, show me red. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Number 23 is a duplicate, so we're not going to vote on that. Number 24. Let's go to the... Oh, this is just deletion of just naming the various ancillaries in the provincial executive. The chairperson or the nominee of the chairperson of every ancillary in the province is part of the PEC, and because we said that, depending on whether ancillaries change over time, we can add ancillary chairs or we can take them away. So this is basically just the deletion, administrative deletion. All those in favour? Ancillaries stay on the PEC, don't worry. Those against, red. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 25. Okay, so once again, just a slight change to the PEC. We allow the MPs and the MPLs to have an additional member elected to this. And 3.3.1.11 we've actually already approved, but so it's just a consequential change there. As far as the third change is concerned, all those in favour? Also to improve communication. Thank you. Those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Let's go to 26. This is just allows the PEC to invite somebody to come make a representation to the PEC, a presentation, maybe polling or research or whatever. So it's just allowing the PEC to invite somebody to come and make representations. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Thank you. Unanimously passed. 27. It's a consequential change, so instead of saying deputy chairperson, we only say changing it to the plural to acknowledge the approval that we've already done for the deputy chairs. All those in favour, green. Those against, red. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Let's go to 28. Let's go to the next slide. So what we're doing, colleagues, is there's no need for a provincial audit committee, but we do have a provincial finance committee in the province who deals with the financial management and the audit of the finances of the party in the province. This PFC already exists and does excellent work under the chairmanship of the Provincial Finance Chair. So we're just replacing the Provincial Audit Committee and calling it a Provincial Finance Committee, with the people who should be on there, who are obviously all the regional finance chairs, together with the Provincial Finance Chair and our financial management from the staff side. Very in line with the Federal Finance Committee as well in terms of composition, and then just what their powers are in terms of what they should do, which is what they're doing at the moment. So all those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. That was a monster clause. 29. So currently our constitution only makes provision for an electoral college, and we know that the nomination regulations has moved on considerably, and so basically what this amendment does, it just deals with candidate selection and refers to the nomination regulations of the province as well as federal. So that's basically what this does. So it doesn't just talk about a provincial electoral college only that used to, in the party, some of those who may remember, did all the candidate selection. So you can just see how old this clause is. If we can, all those in favour of the change, please show me your green cards. Thank you. All those against, show me red. Abstentions, none. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. We go to 30. 30 we can't vote on because it would have been a consequential change to the deputy provincial leader, which we did not approve, so we go on to 31. Um, 31 is basically deals with a plural situation, again in terms of the deputy chairs, just a consequential change. All those in favour, green. All those against, red. It's unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 32. Once again, just refers to the deputy chairpersons instead of one, plural. All those in favour, green. Thank you. All those against, red. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 33. Same situation, one of the provincial deputy chairpersons, plural. Those in favour? I'm sorry I'm taking these consequential changes to you, but let's just deal with it procedurally. Thank you very much. Those against? All right, thank you. Unanimously passed. 34. 34, once again, just acknowledges 7.6.2 of the Federal Constitution. All those in favour? Yes. No. We're on 34. Is in page 45. All those in favour of 34, please show me your green cards. Those against, show me your red cards. Meets the threshold and is passed. All right, 35. So basically what 35 does is the same decision that we took earlier, that the vacancy will be filled by the Provincial Council. This also allows in regions where you have a chair that maybe resigns or something like that, that the regional council can fill the position that was elected at your regional congress. So it just makes it easier to fill any vacancies. All those in favour, green card. All those against, red card. Thank you very much. It's passed. 36 just allows the PEC to establish a non-geographic constituency like a DASU or an ancillary or something else if it does come up in the future. It's just codifying it in the Constitution and giving the option. It doesn't make it mandatory. All those in favour? Any against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 37. I'm sure Liam is going to abuse that clause. All right, this is one that is not supported by the Constitutional Review Committee, which gives branch executives the power to evaluate the performance of councillors. It was felt that there are sufficient performance management systems in place in the party, and there's even a federal subcommittee that deals with this issue, and therefore we do not support it. So, any of those in favour of this, show me your green card. Those against, show me your red cards. All right, that's defeated. Thank you very much. 38. Okay, so this is just fixing the reference in the Provincial Constitution to Chapter 4 of the Federal Constitution that deals with how you allocate constituencies to constituency heads. All those in favour? All those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 39. So what we're doing at the moment, we're giving recognition to constituency committees and constituency executives within the Provincial Constitution, which is not currently defined, and it says that it consists of at least the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, the secretary, and the constituency head, unless otherwise specified by the relevant regional rules and practice. So if the regional rules and practice want to expand on that, they can. So this is just to give effect to constituency executives. All those in favour? Thank you. Against? Thank you. That's passed. 40. Just a reference, fixing the reference in the Constitution from a wrong reference to the Federal Constitution. All those in favour? If you're getting tired to vote with your one hand, you can always use the other. Those against? Thank you very much. It's passed. 41. I don't know how to make constitutional amendments fun, sorry. Constituency elections. We found that we have a gap in our constitution that we don't define how we elect constituencies at constituency AGMs. Obviously, a lot of it also depends on the regional rules and practice, but this codifies the positions that needs to be elected, those 3 that we just approved. But it also allows, in the past round, in terms of the interpretation from the FLC, in terms of our constitution, we weren't allowed to have constituency chairpersons, deputy chairs and secretaries as delegates to constituency AGMs unless they came through the branches. So what we're saying here is we're allowing them to vote now, as you would in any other executive allow them. So this just assists with making constituency AGMs a bit more organised. All those in favour? Thank you very much. Against? That's passed. Thank you very much. 42. These are just the duties of the constituency office bearers, which we also haven't had described in any of our rules or regulations. And it just kind of helps to avoid any conflict so that everybody knows exactly what their role is. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? It's unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 43. At the moment, if we need to suspend somebody due to a disciplinary issue, the current provincial constitution doesn't afford enough power to the PEC to do that. All other executives do have that power. For instance, a caucus executive can do it, etc. So we're just strengthening this clause. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? It's passed. Thank you very much. 44. So the rules of the Federal Legal Commission has changed considerably, and in the past the PEC would have referred a disciplinary issue to the Provincial Disciplinary Committee. However, all disciplinary issues within the party now gets referred to the Federal Tagging Committee that decides who must hear the case or whether the case must be investigated. And then if they decide a case must go to the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, then the Provincial Disciplinary Committee will hear the case, investigate and hear the case. So it just brings our constitution in line with that change in the federal regulations of disciplinaries. All those in favour? Those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 45. So in the party, all our rules are submitted to the Federal Legal Commission for certification and then goes to the Federal Council, usually for ratification, and we just are making that provision. In the past, only the PEC needed to approve it, but the party has federal rules in this, and we're just acknowledging that. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you very much. It's passed. 46. A branch may be formed if the regional executive or relevant authority certifies that there is at least 25 members. As you know, we go through a membership audit before we go through AGMs, and that is conducted by the party's federal auditors, and this would be then the relevant authority. As those rules have changed in the party, so we're just updating our constitution to acknowledge that. All those in favour? Those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 47. Each branch must annually or at some interval determined by the regional or other relevant executive at the general meeting elect office bearers. Once again, if the Federal Council or FedEx or whoever decides on the timelines for AGMs, this just recognises that process. All those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 48. Also an administrative clause, because the previous clause is an old clause and is not relevant to this section anymore of the Constitution. So it is 3.12.3 of the Federal Constitution or any other relevant clause. So it just gives more flexibility in referring to the Federal Constitution when it changes. So all those in favour? All those against? Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. 49. All right, this just once again codifies the election of branch executives at AGMs and just brings it in line and gives more certainty. Obviously, regional rules and practices can also add to this. So it just gives a little bit more description of what we want to do at a branch executive. All those in favour, please raise your green cards. Those against? Red cards. Unanimously passed. Thank you very much. Number 50. Basically what this does, it recognizes ancillaries and it recognizes their federal rules and makes provision that if they establish in terms of Chapter 11 of the Federal Constitution, and for which local and provincial structures are provided for in their federal constitutions or rules, that they be established in the province, in the regions and in branches, and where necessary, where relevant, to further the vision and core values and the principles and program of the party. And Provincial Executive, Provincial Finance Committee shall extend organizational and financial support to the ancillaries. All those in favor? Those against? Thank you, it's passed. 51, almost there. So Amendment 51 just deals with definitions. The party refers to the DA. A public representative is a person, a member of the DA in the province, who is a councillor, a member of provincial legislature or NCOP or parliament or a National Assembly. PMC is a provincial management committee. Province refers to the Gauteng province, and FLC, the Federal Legal Commission. All those in favor? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. It's passed. 52. All internal elections are subject to the federal regulations of the party regulating internal elections. I think it's straightforward. All those in favor? All right, those against? Thank you, that's passed. And 53. Last but not least. Any consequential changes to the Constitution regarding the numbering or references to the federal Constitution clauses may be approved by the Provincial Executive and by the Federal Legal Commission, as and when it becomes necessary to do so. It's just if a reference is wrong or something like that. Those against? All those that want another 50, show me your green card. Thank you very much for your discipline. Thank you. You were awesome. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Janu, thank you. Can we adopt our provincial constitution with these amended changes? All those in favor? Those against? Unanimously adopted. Thank you very much.
Yeah, boy. Ah, shoot.
South Africans, heartily welcome onto the stage the federal leader of the Democratic Alliance, John, hala, John, hala. Viva John Steenhuisen, viva! Viva! John Steenhuisen, hoi, hoi! Hoi!
Halala, John Steenhuisen, halala!
Hala!
Viva DA, viva! Viva! Pambili DA, Pambili! Pambili! Forward to 2024, forward!
What?
Democrats, Fredens, blue people.
Yebo.
Sanibonani, Dumalang. Namaste. Salam alaikum. Goeiedag. It's a great honor to be back here in Gauteng to speak to you today at this magnificent Congress. And what a beautiful venue and what beautiful people we have in Gauteng.
Yeah.
So congratulations to the DA here in this great province for putting together another magnificent Congress. Now I was here a few weeks ago and we got to spend some time together at a terrific event in Soweto. And it was full and people were enthusiastic about the future. And then I got to go and spend some time with King Soul and the others out there in what's that terrible municipality next to Midvaal? Yeah, that's the one. And then I got to spend some time with the amazing Peter Texera to see the incredible work being done in Midvaal. And everywhere we went, every time people saw the blue army, they got excited. And they got excited because they know that it's always better where the DA is, and that they know life will always get better for them when the DA gets into power. But it's good to be here today at a Congress. Congresses are important. There are very few parties that can survive in the world that don't elect their own leaders. You can't have a situation where leaders are self-appointed and then get to just choose who they want around them. And that's why the blue party, the DA, its internal democracy is so strong. We give our people the ability to choose their leaders. And we don't have dictators who chase people away because they don't like them or they disagree with them. What we have in our party is a commitment to democracy and the rule of law. But I want to say to you, Gauteng, you have an enormous duty resting on your shoulders. Because this province is going to be the epicenter of the Moonshot Pact for next year's election. And because in 2024, the DA is going to be in government here in Gauteng. So I want to send a direct message out to Mr. Panyaza Lesufi today. I want to say to him, take a good look at this group of people. Because this group of people are going to be your leaders next year. And you're going to have a good look at these people while you're sitting on the opposition benches and while we're in government, changing lives, improving people's opportunities, getting this province moving forward again. Democrats, the end of the ANC in Gauteng cannot come a moment too soon. Looking back, this province was once the beating heart of the South African economy. This was once the industrial powerhouse
of Africa. Following the arrival of democracy in 1994, Gauteng was the place where our people reached for the stars, where people came together from all backgrounds and all parts of the country to build a better future for their families. This is where business empires were built. This is where workers built cars and miners brought back treasures from deep within the bowels of the earth, where our factories hummed day and night, and where our cities never slept, where the heartbeats of millions of young students and young people made us optimistic about the future, where the hustle and bustle was addictive, and where a better tomorrow beckoned for all who dared to reach for it. But that Gauteng, as we once knew it, is today on life support. The heartbeat of this economy has become very, very faint and very, very irregular. The bright lights of the cities have dimmed, as load shedding has now turned our once vibrant streets into no-go zones, where the gold and the minerals that once financed and our great industrial economy, and today those same minerals fund the criminal zama-zamas who terrorize our communities, where our great railways served as the arteries carrying opportunities to all corners of the province, roads now explode in the middle of Johannesburg. Potholes the size of craters claim lives every day. They say overseas they drive on the left, but in South Africa you drive on what's left. Our traffic lights are being sawn off in broad daylight. Our cables are being stolen in front of our very eyes. And in many areas, the only water people receive for weeks on end is in the form of sewage running down their streets. The city streets and the restaurants that once hustled and bustled sit abandoned, and there are for sale signs across streets in every single suburb, where generations of South Africans once flocked to Gauteng. They are now running as quickly as possible away from Gauteng. More than anywhere else, what has happened here in this great province has come to symbolize the betrayal by the ANC of the potential of the people of our country. 30 years into our democracy, this province, Gauteng, should have been one of the great city regions of the world. Gauteng was once home to the South African dream, but under the ANC, it has become the South African nightmare. And believe you me, if you think things are bad, I can tell you, Democrats, they can get a lot worse. And make no mistake about it, the ANC knows that their days are numbered. That's why, as Ivan said, they convened a whole dialogue in Cape Town on coalitions. A governing party admitting that they know that the days of their majority are over. But, Democrats, a wounded buffalo is the most dangerous animal in the bush. And we've already seen how the ANC intends to cling to power here in Gauteng. They've already shown us the plan for 2024 by forming doomsday coalitions with the EFF and the Patriotic Alliance in some of the municipalities in this province. Panyaza Lesufi is on record for saying he wants to bring this same doomsday coalition to the provincial government next year, where the ANC and the EFF will seek to work with the treacherous in the parties like the PA. Make no mistake, a vote for the ANC in Gauteng in 2024 will be a vote for the EFF. And equally, a vote for parties like the PA, Al-Jama'ah, good and cope will be a vote for the treacherous who have taken those votes and sold their people out to the ANC. The ANC is prepared to do this knowing full well what Julius Malema and the EFF are capable of. The violence, the division, just as they reminded us at their rally just 2 weeks ago. And for those of you who are waiting for me to suddenly start lifting off the ground, I'm afraid you're going to be very disappointed. Because we're a party that's not above the people, we're on the ground with the people. We've got to do everything we can in our power, Democrats, to rescue this province and our country from the Doomsday Coalition. And this is where the Moonshot Pact comes into the picture. While the Doomsday Coalition represents a clear and present danger to the people of South Africa, the 2024 election will be the best opportunity that the DA has of winning real power in Gauteng. Now you'll recall at our Federal Congress just up the road in April, I announced that immediately following the election that I was going to set about trying to bring the opposition together, to end the infighting, so that we could work together with like-minded parties to defeat the ANC and keep the EFF out of power. And once again, those naysayers in the media who've always got a lot to say, have always got to point out where people stumble and to be negative about what we're doing, said it's never going to happen. Some of them said it was moonshine, not moonshot. Some of them said we'd never get it right. Well, I'm happy to report that next week, right here in Gauteng, the first national convention of the Moonshot Pact will be taking place at Emperor's Palace. And it will be at Emperor's Palace, and before people say you're taking a gamble on the future of South Africa, that's where the CODESA negotiations were held. And just as they bought a new blueprint for the future of South Africa, we're going to make sure that the Moonshot Pact coalition brings out a new and better future for the people of South Africa. And we hope to emerge from there with an agreement that the group of parties represented in the pact will focus on providing not just a way to get the ANC out of power, but providing an alternative to the ANC, bringing the very best of the opposition benches around the table, leaving beside the egos and the scars of battles past, and focusing on what we can do together to rescue Gauteng, rescue the country, and make sure we can start to build a better, brighter, more prosperous future for the people of South Africa. But here's the good news for you here in Gauteng. And I'm very glad Helen's left because she said she doesn't like sharing some of the polling. But I can share with you today that we are polling as the Moonshot Pact parties as high as 48% in Gauteng already. That's just 2% short of a majority. And we haven't even started the election campaign yet. What a great way to start, Democrats. I haven't seen a launch pad like that in many, many years. And I'm absolutely convinced that if we all go out and we do what needs to be done, and we convince more people to vote for our party, we will get well over the 50% next year to form a new government and to liberate this province from the clutches of the ANC and usher in a new government. And so I say to the other parties that have not yet joined the pact and who have so far chosen not to attend next week, some exciting news you'll hopefully read in the newspapers tomorrow about some new people who've joined and will be sitting around the table with us. But I say to those parties that have so far said that they want to remain aloof from the pact, the door is still open. Our hands are open and generous. Come and join us around the table so that together we can use the best chance South Africa's had in over 30 years to strike bravely forth in a new direction. Don't waste this opportunity through pettiness, through silliness, through irrelevant arguments about the New World Order and things like that. We don't have the luxury of time. We need you around the table. Your voters need you around that table. So join hands and together let's march determinedly forward into that next election. But make no mistake, a big and growing DA is going to be central to make the Moonshot Pact succeed. In 2019, the DA got 27% in Gauteng. We can, and Democrats, we must grow beyond that. And why do I say that? I say that because in the last election, and this is a frustrating thing as well, you get this all the time, but you guys don't have a majority. Well, of course we don't have a majority yet. If we had a majority, we'd be in government. We wouldn't be in the opposition, would we? But we have a pathway to victory. And that pathway to victory leads right through the 14 million South Africans who are registered to vote but have sat out the last two elections. Your country needs you now more than ever before, and our job is to go and get those people excited about the future and to make them know that for the first time in many years, your vote matters. And then there's the 13 million, mainly young people, who are not even registered to vote. Just think about that. That's 27 million people that are available for us to convince that we can turn things around, that life can get better, that load shedding, poverty, and unemployment are not a natural state for a country to be in, and that tomorrow can be better than yesterday, and that your children can have a better future than the life that you have lived. If we can just get 10% of that 27 million, just 10% of it, just 10% of that 27 million, we will sweep the ANC out of power forever. And that's why, if you're watching at home or you're in the hall today, I give you permission to forget everything I've said today, except this. We need everyone in this room to go out today and make sure that we register as many people as possible ahead of this next election. Get your families, get your friends, get your girlfriends, get your boyfriends, get your neighbors, get whoever you can. And I promise you, the process is so simple. You don't need to stand in long queues. You can go to a website that we've set up to precisely make it as easy as possible. And that website is check.da.org.za. Come on, I want to hear you all say it together. Check.da.org.za. There will only be power to the registered in this next election. If you're not registered to vote, then you're part of the problem. If you're not registered to vote, we cannot save our beautiful country from the terrible path the ANC have put us on. The people in Gauteng know exactly how unstable coalitions can become when there are far too many fragmentations and small parties. And the only way to bring an end to that is to ensure that people vote for a party with a track record of getting things done. For coalitions to succeed, we need strong anchors like the DA that have experience in government, that can anchor a strong, stable coalition. And if voters need to ask themselves today, which party has that experience? Which party has that depth? Which party has that track record of good governance to anchor a coalition in Gauteng next year? The answer to that, Democrats, is the DA. It's the DA. And it was on full display again this week. Just look at our incredible mayors, Celias Brink and Jordan Hill Lewis, have stood up for the rule of law in South Africa. Just next door from here in Tshwane, Celias Brink is leading with courage, with vigor and determination to save our capital city from financial ruin. Instead of giving in to illegal strikes and thuggery, Mayor Brink is firing officials engaged in violence. In Cape Town, Jordan Hill Lewis is showing South Africa that only the DA has the courage to stand up against thugs and criminals who are trying to hold our country to ransom. So while the Bheki Cele and Cindy Chikunga are terrified of implementing their own rules and wanting to find ways to amend the rules so that they can protect themselves and to exempt people from the very rules that you and I and everybody else are subject to, our Mayor Jordan Hill Lewis refused to bow down to those thugs. And let me repeat what he said to Bheki Cele to his face. He said, "You may negotiate with criminals, but the DA won't." And it's a simple fact that only the DA is able to run these wonderful governments. And wasn't the binary so perfectly set out this week? The clear blue water between the ANC and the DA. The clear blue water between real leadership and cowardice and spinelessness. And that was with the situation with Jacob Zuma. So while our mayors were out on the front lines defending the rule of law, our president was running away from it. And in a cynical move, has abused his power to once again put the ANC before the people of the country. But he's told us before so many times, and I don't know why it wasn't taken on face value, when he said, "I would rather be a weak president than break up the ANC." And he showed that again this week. He would rather break the rule of law, he would rather subvert justice to be able to defend his party and cadres in his party than to stand up for the Constitution and the people of South Africa. But the worst thing is that they weaseled out of their obligations in terms of the rule of law by inventing some new rescission program for which Mr. J.G. Zuma was the first recipient. And in order to sneak him out of jail, they had to put 10,000 other incarcerated criminals around him. South Africa's recidivism rate is around 70%. That means that out of those 10,000 people that were released as a cover for Jacob Zuma to slip out of jail, 7,000 of those will repeat offend, and who will their victims be? It'll be the people of South Africa, who once again, thanks to this government, have violent criminals stalking the streets and stalking their communities. Spineless. Spineless. And there's little wonder you've got to put piles and piles of dollars under your mattress. Because if you don't have a spine, something's got to keep you up at night and to keep you straight on that bed. But if ever there was a reason for ordinary South Africans, for the silent majority to rise up against the lawlessness and the abuse of power and the corruption, it was this week. If you want a party that gets things done, if you want a party that will uphold the law and protect you and your families from lawlessness, if you want a government that's serious about lifting people out of poverty and into opportunity, if you want a party that's serious about getting our young people into work in this country, well, you've got to register and you've got to vote for that. Change doesn't happen by osmosis. Change is an act of the will. And let me tell you, to those South Africans that are sitting at home, and I was in the Free State this week, angry and frustrated with sewage running down their streets, who are sick and tired of seeing municipality collapse after collapse. You can burn tires, you can block roads, you can stand with placards outside municipal offices. This government's got a tin ear. They don't care. And if we're going to make them listen, we've got to speak in the only language that they know, and that's the language of the election. And to use our vote, which is more powerful than a tire, more powerful than a stone, and more powerful than a placard. And we've got to put those votes into the box, because that's how change is going to happen. And so to South Africa, I remind you of the lyrics of the famous song by Ben E. King. And don't worry, I'm not going to sing it. When the night has come, and the land is dark, and the moon is the only light we'll see. No, I won't be afraid. I won't be afraid, just as long as you stand by me. Well, Democrats, it's 2023 and our land is dark. But the one beacon of light is the DA and the DA's moonshot. So stand with the DA, and I promise you, you'll get a government that will get up every day and stand by you. We can do it, Democrats. We can restore this province. We can lift our people up into prosperity. We can bring change, but we can only do it if people vote, and if we, as the Democratic Alliance, go out and get those people to the polls so that they can vote for change, and we can sweep the ANC out, and we can bring in a new government that's going to work for the people and not the politicians. Forward, DA, forward! Viva, DA, viva! Pambili, DA, pambili!
Pambili! Aye, John Steinixon, aye! Assemble, Whoa! mama Tio. 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 Tio mama Tio. Tio. Guta. 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 Baska utunya. Guta. 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 Baska utunya. Ekule twesiyezayo. Asina lovalo. Asina lovalo. Asina lovalo. Kulento esiyezayo. Asina lovalo. Asina lovalo. Asina lovalo. Kulento esiyezayo. Viva. Wait, two. Democrats, I'm happy you're excited and you're energized. Thank you for that address, John. Uvalo Dololo, we have a performance for you. I see. Is it Twano? Is it the Western End that's being ungovernable? You will be fined accordingly. Huh? Is it not Twano? Who is it? Are you guys innocent? Okay, let's start again. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Hlala phansi. Hlala phansi. We are all excited to continue with our singing, but we have a performance for you. So while you breathe and drink water, help me welcome onto the stage Coco Madala. Aye, Coco, aye. Batate!
Sanbonani! Sanbonani! Sozabuka batako shoko kunde. Ngasama kwekwe. Siye sophukele melanjeli yo.
Yeah, Coco, yeah.
ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ngibhalela wena awungiphenduli ngani wena yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela ikhweba lami ngibhalela wena soka awungiphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ngibhalela wena awuphenduli ngani wena imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yaphela imali yaphela imali yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena soka awuphenduli ngani wena imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela ikhweba lami ngibhalela wena soka awuphenduli ngani wena imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ngibhalela wena soka awuphenduli ngani wena imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena soka awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena soka awuphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena awuphenduli ngani yaphela ikhweba lami ngibhalela wena awungiphenduli ngani yaphela imali yami ndibhalela wena soka lam awuphenduli ngani
I couldn't want to shit. Hey man.
I'm gonna ask all of y'all to get up for this one because we're about to have a lot of fun.
Hey, I couldn't want to shit. Yeah. Yes. Nanti pata pata, iyo pata pata, nanti pata pata, iyo pata pata, nanti pata pata, Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata.
Pata pata is the name of the game
Nanti pata
that
pata.
we used to play down so fire
Iyo pata
when
pata.
men could touch just for a little. Touch, touch, pata pata. Touch, touch, pata pata. Touch, touch, pata pata.
Nanti pata
Touch,
pata.
touch, pata pata.
Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata. Nanti pata pata. Iyo pata pata.
Thank you so much.
I couldn't have on street. I couldn't have on street.
No, I know you can do better than that. She did better than what you were doing now. Everybody give it up for Coco Madala.
Yeah, Coco, yeah.
Yeah, thank you
Hoi,
very
hoi,
much.
Coco, hoi, hoi.
Oi. Oi, oi to you too, John. So, trying to catch my breath.
Bounce, put that one.
If you missed the gym, at least you had a gym session now. So yeah, you're good and you're safe. So we're back to business again. We're done with our constitutional amendments. And now we're going to deal with our resolutions. And so the chairperson of the resolutions committee, Bongani Nkomo.
Democrats, good morning. Blue Machine, good morning. Viva Day, viva. Thank you very much. I'd like to first start off by thanking all the members of the Resolutions Committee for their commitment, for their time, as well as their expertise throughout this process. I would also like to thank the Democrats that have put forward resolutions, as they only seek to progress and strengthen our efforts for 2024 and beyond. So thank you very much for this process. Democrats, this process will work very similar to that of the amendments. I will first read out the resolution. I will call the proposer as well as the seconder. The proposer will have 2 minutes. The seconder will have 1 minute. And then in the event that there is a speaker, each speaker will have 1 minute each, and then we will conduct the voting process, as I've mentioned, similar to the constitutional amendments process. The first resolution calls for establishing the DA Training Academy, and that has been proposed by Tava Maefala Maesebe, which I would now like to invite onto in front of the mic, where he will be using up his 2 minutes. Thank you, Tava.
Okay, thank you very much, Bongani. Bongani, I just want to open up by saying, basically this resolution comes as a result of the work that we've started in the previous term with a team of people. Therefore, we'd like to implore Congress to support this resolution to establish a training academy. I think if you look at nationally, we have a training program in the DA Leaders Young Leaders Program, which is very much fruit. We therefore want to extend this to a provincial level, where we can even enlarge the leadership pool within the province. I would also want to add that where possible, it's not a must, that regions are also encouraged where they can or are able to do so. They can also take the same model of this training academy, which will obviously have its curriculum that is set up from a provincial level down to the regions. They can also do that. So I want to implore, with that motivation, I want to implore Congress to support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tava. Can we please give him a hand? At this stage, I'd like to call on the seconder, which is Precious Jacobs, who will have 1 minute. Over to you, Precious.
This mic is a bit tall, but thank you very much, Bongani. Thank you. I think my colleague has highlighted the importance of establishing a training academy through this resolution, whether it be at provincial or regional level, as established in the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape, allowing regions to establish their own models. I would therefore like to make a plea to the Congress that we adopt this resolution in order to strengthen our branches and the province at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Precious. Democrats, this particular resolution was supported by the review committee, but at this point in time, because there are... Yes, there is a speaker. In fact, we have Tammy Mabena, who will be speaking on the resolution. Sorry, Tammy. Tammy, you will have 1 minute, please. Over to you.
Viva John Steniston, viva.
Viva.
Viva incoming President John, viva.
Viva.
Thank you very much. Democrats, we support the amendment. It is critical for us to grow the next layer of leadership and also to make sure that we're on par with other provinces which are doing that. But I just have a slight amendment to the resolution, that instead of us naming it the Nkululeko Training Academy, I propose that we name it Helen Suzman Training Academy. So if Congress can just support that, but I think it is one resolution that will ensure that the DA continues to grow and making sure that we recognize the talents of all our members in the province, making sure that those that have talents, those that have hard work, they are nurtured, they are also mentored, making sure that we can grow the DA, making sure that we can be in a position to go out and visit all the households in Gauteng, where we recognize that all talents matter as all regions matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tammy. We have one final speaker, speaker number 2, which is Manny de Freitas. I think let's give Manny a hand because I understand that he's not feeling too well today, but he is here to
I've got
do his
FOMO,
duty.
I can't miss this Congress. Well, first of all, I want to say that in my constituency, we've been doing for 10 years, we've been running a year-long course, and I definitely would support this kind of thing. We've got a lot of CLDP, what we call Constituency Leadership Development Program, alumni and students in the house. Let's hear it from you. And as a result, we find lots of leaders, lots of candidates, lots of activists. So this has a great spin-off, not just for training, but for growing constituencies. So I absolutely support it in every way. And congratulations to the proposer and the seconder for tabling this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manny. I'm going to give to Malcolm to close off.
Thank you very much. Let me first start by saying to Manny, thank you for inviting me for one of your sessions where I got to see exactly what you do there. And then let me also touch on the proposed change to the name. I think I'm not married to the name, so yes, we can amend the name. Instead of Nkululeko, it can be called the Helen Suzman Trading Academy. That is accepted by myself. So therefore, I think when I listened to the comments, they were actually positive, so I do encourage Congress to accept this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tava. Now for the formalities, Democrats, those in favor, Please hold up your green cards. Thank you very much. Those against? I think it's obvious. Thank you very much. The resolution is passed. Can I just ask Democrats, those with the resolution is passed with amendments. Thank you. Can I just ask Democrats, those that will be seconding and proposing, please can you make your way up to the stage just so that we don't delay the process? I think you have already been contacted. So please can you make your way up to the stage. The second resolution, which resolves that the DA Gauteng to establish a curriculum-based provincial training academy has been withdrawn. So we'll move on to resolution number 3, which reads, the DA Gauteng to establish a wellness and technical support program for councillors, and that has been proposed by Pogiso Mtimunye. Pogiso, you have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, viva DA councillors, viva! So this resolution really is about the fact that we must note that councillors are at the face of service delivery. I myself as a PR councillor see the lot of work that my fellow ward councillors do in my caucus and the support that they require. I think there are 2 particular things that we need to look at. The one element is that I know there is some work being done for a wellness program, but we need to go more than a wellness program. We need a technical support program. A lot of the things that we react to are water outages, power outages, and when you get a response from an official and they tell you that no, the pipe pressure is low or there is something with the substation, you actually don't know what they're talking about. So you have to take their word for it. And if they're lying to you, you are going to lie to the citizen. And that's going to lose your own credibility and the credibility of the DA. So there are basic things that I, for example, with my background know. Things like basic electricity and electrical engineering, basic water and water supply, very basic, that we can be able to empower councillors on, that they are able to go through the BSRs and ask them the real questions and be able to spot a lie from the truth. So it's very important that as we look at councillor wellness on one end, we need to also look at councillor capacitation, which means that the technical support that they require to be able to do their work properly. And therefore we want that element to be added into either the current wellness program or whatever wellness program is going to be added for councillors. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Pogiso. At this point in time, I'll call the seconder, which is Offensi.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, it's very important that we look after our public reps, and more so those that are at the front line, and that would be your councillors. It's a very daunting job. I just greeted one of the councillors. He said, greetings, I am overworked and underpaid. So therefore, we need to ensure that we continue to support our councillors, and that is why we are seconding this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is one speaker for this particular resolution, and that's Adrian Roos. Adrian, you'll have 1 minute, please.
Great, thank you. So, our DA Gauteng councillors continue to fight a selfless fight each and every day, and we recognize, honor, and applaud each and every one of you. It is critical that this wellness program not only be a support hotline, but that the causes of excessive stress and anxiety and interventions to proactively deal with these also be considered on an ongoing basis, as mentioned by Pogiso. So I call on delegates to join me in wholeheartedly supporting this resolution.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I'm also getting quite a lot of noise, and it's coming from the Val. So, Val, please discipline yourself. With that said, we will now vote on this particular resolution. Those in favor, green. Thank you very much. Those against, red. Thank you very much. The resolution is carried. Thank you very much. Now we move over to resolution number 4, which reads, the DA Gauteng will seek to secure the role of private hospitals to ensure that they have a future within the healthcare system while improving public healthcare. This has also been proposed by Pogiso Mtimunye.
Thank you. So this one is a bit more on a policy side. I think we all are aware of the NHI bill, and the impact. I think the most important impact of the bill is that, so it claims to seek for universal coverage of healthcare for everyone. So, but the challenge with that is that it's saying that we are going to abolish private health so that to improve public health, which is not necessary, right? There is no point where private health is impeding public health. If anything, public health benefits a lot from private health. So think about if someone wants to do a new technology for a heart transplant. The public system does not have funding to do the R&D that it's required to invent that technology. But once the technology is invented by the private sector, the more it is used, the lower its price gets, and you are able to get it into the public sector. So almost every technology, every medication that we have was invented or developed by a private sector, and over time, as it's purchased and it gets more and more matured, it becomes cheap enough to be used in the public sector. So the public sector does not have the money to do the research required to advance our health system. So you actually need a very strong private sector to benefit the public sector. Now this NHI seeks to achieve the opposite. It seeks to say, now we want to put all of you in a public health system, and your medical aid will not be able to pay for certain things that are covered in that NHI. So your medical aid will actually be non-existent, or it will only be for very advanced care. So what we are saying is that the DA in the province, once it's in government after the moonshot of 2024, will ensure that the private sector has a role to play while improving public health at the same time as a caring environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to call on the seconder, which is Duncan Mtembu. You have 1 minute.
No, thank you. I don't think that I'll use the entire minute. I think that Provincial has went through it. I think that as the DA, we've got the responsibility to protect people's freedom of choice, and we need to make sure that we are the ones that guard against the policies of the ANC would then infringe other people's rights. And I believe that as Gauteng, we need to be at the forefront of championing this particular one. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Duncan and Provincial. There are no speakers for this particular resolution, so we'll go straight to the voting. Those in favor, green please. Thank you very much. Those against, unanimous, green have it. The resolution is supported. Thank you very much. We'll now move over to resolution number 5, which reads, a DA government excuse me, will advocate for the use of technology to aid learning at all levels of education. This was proposed by Provincial Mtimunya.
Thank you very much. So this is one that's very close to my heart as someone who studied in the public system. That is very bad. Our public system is so bad that it's worse, that our learners in standardized tests do worse than learners in countries that are at war. So countries like Yemen and Syria that are permanently at war. Our countries, grade 4s and grade 6, do worse than those countries in literacy and numeracy. So a DA government will have to prioritize education. And one of the key things of education in 2023 is the bringing of technology into the classroom. It is almost impossible now to find any new work without some sort of technological skills. From basic computer literacy to very advanced things like coding and programming and app development and digitization. So our country is getting left behind to countries like India, Singapore, South Korea, where all the electronics that we are using in this meeting are manufactured. Those countries started with the education system to get to where the manufacturing is today, such that they export all of these things for us to use. We use technological equipment which we do not even know how it's manufactured. We cannot even break it up and put it together again. So it is important for our learners to be able to be taught in an environment that has technology aided into their classroom, such that they are able to compete with their peers in the world. At this point, we are sending every kid out of the public system unprepared to compete in the world. And the DA government cannot allow that. So as we go into government, we will prioritize education and to ensure that it's technology enabled and technological courses, among many others, are part of the curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Provincial. I would like to call on the seconder, Offensi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Deputy Chair, as Pogiso has said, technology then becomes an equalizer, especially for those that come from a disadvantaged background. So as a government in waiting that will take over this government in the next coming months, we should start looking into prioritization of technology into the classroom. This is not a replacement of teachers. There's no classroom without a teacher, but this will help us to ensure, as the proposer has said, to equalize the playing fields between private as well as public sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ofensi. Colleagues, this particular resolution was supported by the Constitutional Review Committee, so I'll start the process. Those are in support, green please. Thank you very much. Those against? Apologies, Democrats, they actually are speakers. Tami Mabena. Apologies on my part.
Thank you very much. Viva Johnston is in FIFA. Thank you very much. Colleagues, I think it's important. It's an important amendment, but also what it does is that using technology can also assist in terms of personalized learning. Using these tools can also adapt to individual learning styles and paces, providing tailored content and also exercise for each student, but also enhance engagement as well. Interactive platforms, learning and also multimedia content can also make learning more engaging, but also where we are headed now, data-driven insights as well, artificial intelligence can also assist learners in terms of performance data to identify strengths and weaknesses and helping educators to tailor their instructions. But also one of the most important things as well, for teacher support, artificial intelligence can also offer educators insights and suggestions for effective teaching strategies. Thank you very much. Halala Johnston is in halala.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ati Muleko. Ati, if you can join us in the front, please. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. I also don't think I will speak for 1 minute. I will just...
Can you please, yeah.
I will just also support this, this resolution because it will also reduce more workload to our teachers so that they can focus to our kids to make sure that they become more informed in terms of the technology system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ati. Colleagues, those that are in support, green please. Thank you very much. And those that are in disagreement? Okay, thank you very much. The resolution is carried. Now we move over to resolution number 6, which reads, the DA Gauteng will revive DASO structures in the province. This was proposed by Pogiso Mtimunye.
Must I also say Viva John Viva? Okay. So, yeah, so this one, it's really about the fact that we need to capture voters at a young age. And to capture voters at a young age, the student market is a very powerful market to do that. I think famously, Matt, where's Matt? Matt is the one who was at DASO UP when he invited Ruhan, where's Ruhan, to join DASO. And today one is an MP and one is an MPN. So we are missing out on a lot of talent of students in higher universities, in TVETs, by not having DASO structures. We're also missing out on lifetime DA voters. We know how people hold on. There's a stickiness between people and their voting choice. So once you get them at a student age, they are most likely to remain DA voters for a lifetime, unless something horribly wrong happens. But also you are be able to bring a feeder of activists or future leaders from the University of Technology and colleges into the DA. This is the market that we are missing on voters. We are missing young people as voters. We are missing students as voters. So our proposal is that where possible, where the DA has a presence in strong areas, that we will revive DASO structures, and then the RECs will help us manage those DASO structures in order for us to have a footprint in those areas for voting time, beyond voting time, and to capture those people for life as voters or as members and leaders of the DA. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Pogiso. Can I call on the seconder, which is Duncan Mtembu? 1 minute.
No, thank you. I think it's a known fact that DASO would really do us great for 2024. But there's also a great concern when it comes to the RECs. DASO is one structure that does not normally get enough support, and we need to be more deliberate as the RECs to make sure that we give them support. So if then there's an individual that is tasked to look after DASO in the REC, I think that we'll have more branches that are active in the institutions, and we are bound to get good results come 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Duncan. There is one speaker on this resolution, and that's Liam Jacobs.
Dilly ding, dilly dong. Right then, so all I want to say in this regard is that a strong DASO is a stronger DA, and that is the bottom line. There's no if, buts, or maybes. It's only that absolute, that a stronger DASO is a stronger DA. Secondly, one thing we all know is that many of our public representatives, our councillors, our MPLs, our MPs come from DASO. And yes, we do, indeed. So one thing we also understand is that DASO plays a big role in capacitating our future public representatives. So if you believe in a stronger DA, if you believe in a better future for the Republic of South Africa, and if you believe in a better future for Gauteng, you believe in a stronger DASO, and you will support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Democrats. Those that are in support. Thank you very much. Those that are against. The resolution is carried. Thank you very much. Now we move over to resolution number 7, which reads the DA Gauteng to invest in ancillaries to ensure the growth of the party leading up to 2024, proposed by Duncan Mtembu.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think more than anything, like I've said previously, we are going to need ancillaries to win next year's elections. And you'd find that ancillaries are not fully supported from constituencies, regions, as well as the province. For an example, DA Youth gets 18,000 rands in the provincial budget to cover the entire province. And that does not make sense. If we are seriously deliberate about winning next year's election, we know that we need DON, we need DA Youth and other ancillaries so that we can get the number of people who are going to vote. So I implore that all delegates support this particular resolution, because we need ancillaries to make sure that we have a stronger DA. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Duncan. The seconder, Pogiso.
Mr. Delidong has shown that we can take the mic, which is much more helpful. Oh, viva John, viva. Look, I think the issue of ancillaries, I know I'm a public rep now, so I'm on the other side. I used to be the DA Youth Provincial chairperson. Now I'm on the other side. And I know a lot of our public reps see it as a big weight on them. But the ancillaries exist for a particular reason. It is because there are particular sets of people or particular groups that have a particular set of interest, and whose interest drives their voting behavior. So how we speak to young people about young people's issues drive their voting behavior. They are a bit different from the normal tax-paying voter who has a different set of interest. But this voter market is also crucial. So is the DON voter market, so is the student voter market, so is the DAN voter market. So as we give them this budget, we must also give them targets. Because we can't invest where we're not going to get outcome.
10 seconds.
So they will get these budgets, but they will get these targets. And they will need to show that they are bringing voters into the DA. I recommend that we support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pogiso. There are no speakers. Those that are in favor? Thank you very much. Those that are against? Unanimous. The resolution is carried. Thank you very much. We move over to resolution number 8, which reads a commitment to implementing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Framework for Redress. and that will be proposed by Ingrid Rainton. She's not here. Can we have the seconder, which is Tian?
Good afternoon, Gauteng Congress.
Sorry, Tian, before you continue, Joburg, can you please keep it down on that side? And it's Tyrell. Please keep it down on that side. Tian, please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Gauteng Congress. So the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals framework is already part of the economic redress policy of the party. And the SDGs provide all countries with a framework to address 17 systematic drivers of exclusion in a sustainable manner. These range from no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, gender equality, and life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions. This follows on a resolution that was passed in Federal Congress, and we please ask you to approve.
Thank you very much, Tian. There are no speakers on this resolution, so those that are in favor, green, please. Thank you very much. Those against? Unanimous, green have it. The resolution is carried. We then move over to resolution number 9, which reads Save Mfuleni, and that is proposed by King Saul Chabalala. Colleagues, can you please give him an opportunity?
Thank you. Dumelan Democrats, Sanbonani, Huye More, good day. Mata die mata. Mata die mata. Thank you, Democrats. Democrats, basically, the reason or the motivation behind this resolution is to rescue Mfuleni residents from the clutches of ANC corruption and maladministration. ANC with their corruption are suffocating Mfuleni residents, and they cannot even render the most basic services. This resolution will ensure that we win Mfuleni to turn things around, as we are the only party that can save that municipality for the benefit of Mfuleni residents. And this will also go further, because if we win that municipality and change things around, the perception, especially the negative perception that the people have towards the DA, I think we will be able to change that perception if we turn things around. Thank you. I request that you support this resolution.
Thank you very much, King Saul. Can we have the seconder, Isaac Mutlong?
Viva DA, viva! I second this resolution so that the residents of Mfuleni can have an experience of people of Midval, what they are experiencing. So that we want that experience from Midval to be transferred again to Mfuleni. So can you please support this resolution? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There are no additional speakers, so we'll go straight to formalities. Those that are in favor, green. Thank you very much. And those against? Okay, it's unanimous. The Greens have it. The resolution is carried. Thank you very much. We now move over to Resolution 10, which reads the DA's efforts to win Gauteng in 2024 and beyond. And this has been proposed by Kume Ramulifo. Kume.
Thank you, Wagani. I think the resolution is very clear. It's just to commit ourselves to invest all the resources we have to galvanize support on the ground to win this province. We want to win this province with outright majority. Because it is doable. We've got eligible voters who are somewhere around 12 million. About 6 million of them are not registered. So our focus must be to identify them, to persuade them, to ensure that they get registered. We must do that by recruiting many activists on the ground to lessen the workload. How we can do that? We recruit them, we train them also, so that the message they're going to communicate is a winning message. But also, because we are going to win, we must ensure that all those who are candidates must be trained to understand how are we going to govern. And that is what this motion is saying, or these resolutions. And with all what has been said, you know, it's either about DASO and the like, it's all about winning. So can we commit that we do pass these resolutions and we go out and do it? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kume. Can I have the seconder, which is Tammy Mapena?
Halala incoming President John Steenhuisen. Halala. FIFA John Steenhuisen. FIFA. Thank you very much, Democrats. John Steenhuisen has given us a mandate when he spoke, when he made a speech, that in Gauteng we must work very hard so that we can win this province outright. He said Gauteng used to be the heartbeat of South Africa in terms of the economy, but that's not the case. And he spoke about that crook and criminal called Panyaza Lisufi, who's going around making our people fools. So what we want to win this province outright, making sure that we can get the DA so that we can implement the DA blueprint in terms of governance, which is anti-corruption, which is pro-service delivery, which is going to lift our people out of poverty and make sure that we have a province that supports everyone in the province. Halala John Steenhuisen, halala!
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Tammy. We have a number of speakers on this resolution. The first speaker is Luyolo Mpiti. Luyolo, you have 1 minute.
Viva DA, viva! Thank you, Bongani. I want to support this particular resolution. This resolution is for the people of Gauteng who have only seen a government that has failed them. So as members of the DA, let us stand to support this resolution so that we win Gauteng outright next year. This resolution is for the branches of the DA, for the people who are doing door-to-door on the ground, the people that believe that we can do this. As we knock on doors next year, this year, let us believe that we will take this province. It belongs to the people of Gauteng. It belongs under a DA government. Amandla.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Liolo. The next speaker is Kume Ramulifo. I'm going by the, okay. Kume is not speaking. The next speaker, according to my list, is Tammy Mapena. He will pass. Ati Muleko. Ati.
Thank you very much, Leader. Leader, it's clear this thing is doable. The pool is out there, but the only thing that we have to manage as a organization is making sure that the province is allocating equal resources to all regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Then finally we have Nontlantla Sifumba, who is the next speaker.
Viva, DA, viva. Thank you very much, Democrats. I support this resolution. It will not only guarantee us a majority outright win in Gauteng, it will also empower the very important asset of the DA, which are the activists. Because all activists matter in the DA. And an empowered activist equals a winning party. Viva activists, viva.
Thank you very much, Noni. Those that are in favor, green, please. Thank you very much. Those that are against, red. All right, the resolution is passed. Thank you very much. Now we move over to our final resolution, which reads prioritization of Congress resolutions, proposed by Nkosi Duncan Mthembu.
No, thank you. I think that this resolution, as you can read it, it's to put a resolution on resolutions. So basically what we are saying is that we cannot come here and make all of these speeches or submit these resolutions without checking them down. it is the responsibility of the PEC to ensure that everything that this Congress has agreed upon is then tracked and it's being implemented. Because we are going to keep on repeating the same resolutions if we do not monitor and track and make sure that the resolutions that we took today are seen for implementation and its finality. I implore that the Congress support this particular resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Duncan. I'd like to call on the seconder, which is Fred Nell.
Chair, thank you very much. Well done, Duncan. I think this is an excellent resolution, and we've had very good resolutions that served at this Congress, and I think that we must push them very hard. I think they will help us win votes in the province, and I ask everybody to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. Those that are in favor, thank you very much. Those that are against, thank you. The resolution is carried. Colleagues, this brings us to the end of this particular session. Thank you so much for being disciplined Democrats, and enjoy the rest of the Congress. Thanks.
Give it up for Bongani Gomo, thank you. We thank you for sharing that, Bongani, and thank you to all of you for participating as well as you did. The resolutions are beautiful indeed. We look forward to seeing how they will be rolled out. So, we're done with constitutional amendments. We're done with resolutions. Now there's only one thing left. The real reason why we're all here, right? Yeah, I see that. So voting is going to take place at some point. But before we do so, we need to make sure that we're all on the same page around the rules around voting. We don't want spoiled ballots. We don't want confusions and then reviews of results because people were not clear around how they are supposed to vote. So then, I ask all of you please, if you need a comfort break, now is not the time for you to do so. Hold on just a bit, after that you'll have an opportunity. We're first now going to hear from our presiding officers who are going to run us through line and bit by bit and focusing on how is it that the voting process is going to take place. So in excitement, let's bring out Werner Horn and Priscilla Isaac. You guys are not excited.
Okay. Delegates, of course, as you know, OPA vote is now part and parcel of the furniture of our party. And today we will once again make use of OPA vote when we embark on electing leadership. Of course, for you to go to OPA vote, you must have a secret voting code. And that voting code you will receive once this explanation is done, and then of course there's a final pitch from the two candidates contesting to be elected as your leaders. And then thereafter there will be some logistical arrangements around lunch and voting, but the long and the short is your secret voting code will be issued by you in the same hall where you registered this morning, once again upon producing your identification. So it's very important that before you go for lunch, you please queue. It will be a bit of a queue, but Barney and the team says it will be done very quickly. And then of course you will receive a slip with your unique code. Don't share it with anybody else. There is the link that is will be shown, and all around the venue there's also barcodes that you can scan if you are to make use of your own smart device to vote. Remember that there is Wi-Fi. If you've not figured it out, then you're of course older than 45 like myself, but then ask one of the younger delegates to just show you how to go into the free Wi-Fi. There's not even a password needed. Then you can vote on your own device. If you, however, do not have a smart device or want to vote on a computer, in that same hall where you will be receiving your codes, there is set up about 18 private booths. If you're also one of those people who claim to be of the BC age, before computers, Priscilla and myself will be there to give you technical assistance. We can't tell you who to vote for. We're not from this province, but we can be there for any delegate who wants to go vote there or who feel that they might need some assistance to make use of their technology. If you're older than 45, yes. So in this, at this Congress, of course, for both the election of your provincial leader and your provincial chair, it's fairly straightforward. There's only 2 candidates. We call it the first past the post system, and that would mean, I don't know who of the candidates is now tea and who's coffee, but it's a very simple exercise. You click on whoever is your choice, and it will then give you that mark against the name, not a cross like with the IEC, but a mark. And then for your deputy provincial chair, there's of course multiple candidates, 5 of them. And there is where our own Hunt LaRue and single transferable vote come in. Remember that you must rank all 5 of the candidates from first choosing your first choice, clicking on the add button, and then that first choice will go and position itself against number 1 there on the ballot. You're able to, if you are from the technology age, to on a smart device even swap around the names. Otherwise, if you in the hall at one of the computers with the mouse, you can swap around. You can even, if you click on whatever you chose, also remove them once again. So there's options if you made a mistake, but please rank all 5. Oppa vote will prompt you if you have not ranked all 5, but ultimately it will allow you to submit a vote or confirm a vote as it is shown there without ranking all 5. But be warned, if you've not ranked all 5 during the calculation or count phase, your vote will then be declared a spoiled ballot. So even if you feel that one of these candidates are so much unworthy of a vote that you don't want to rank them, you will only cut your nose to spite your face. As I said, in that area where we will set up voting booths, we will be there to give technical assistance. And of course, in this province, we work on the assumption that everybody is technologically savvy enough to make use of it. But nonetheless, if you are in need of support, please report to us. So that brings me to the more exciting phase, and that is then the final leadership speeches of the 2 candidates. Can we ask that we be joined by the 2 candidates contesting, and then I hope I have not lost my coin now. I said to them in the candidates briefing that okay, thank you. It's good to see the vibrancy that goes with our leadership elections. Priscilla is going to flip a coin. I think it is maybe a coin that has 2 heads or 2 tails, but nonetheless there will be a decision made. We'll give Solly as the incumbent the opportunity to choose heads or tails, and then whoever wins the coin toss will also have the opportunity to say whether they want to go first or second. Both will have an opportunity to address you for 5 minutes. During the candidate briefing, I told them that we will time them, and maybe the final undecideds will also decide who they vote for based on whether they can manage time. Ne? Okay. You can choose what you want. The winner. Okay. Who's going first? Okay. The die has been cast and Kume will go first.
Good afternoon, Democrats. Di Masiari, Sanbonani. Goeiemiddag. Democrats, I'm an activist. I'm a proud South African. I stand here on the shoulders of men and women like Helen Suzman. Men and women who wake up every day to fight for a better Gauteng, a united Gauteng. Men and women who do door to door, who sacrifice important family time to serve their communities, who fight in councils and legislatures for transparency and accountability. I stand here to raise my hand, to listen, to understand, and to help our councillors who are facing massive pressure as service delivery collapses all around us. I stand here for our branches, who need leadership that will prioritize the functioning and effectiveness of our branches, who are at the front lines of communities delivering the DA message. I stand here because we cannot do the same thing and expect different results. We cannot move forward if our branches are not functioning optimally. We cannot continue if there have been no attempts to help our public representatives when they have been desperately asking for help. We cannot finish anything on shaky ground. Democrats, after declining in 2 elections and 1 region under administration, we need to strengthen and fortify our structures to be ready for 2024. Some may say it's about charisma or delivering a great speech. But if you have been in politics long enough, then you will know that it is about being on the ground, building structures, and supporting your team. It is about making everyone around you a star, not yourself. Leaders lead in tough times. They find solutions instead of excuses. They account for their performances. I'm here to sign a contract to grow the party. Doing this under difficult circumstances. We cannot finish anything on shaky ground. Being in the party for the past 25 years has taught me that there are so many good, hardworking activists, public representatives, and staff across our party. It has also taught me that for far too long, the talents and efforts of all our members have been, at times, overlooked. As you lend me your vote, I undertake to value everyone's talents and utilize ideas and inputs for the betterment of the DA in Gauteng. I undertake to provide all regions the necessary support without choosing one over the other. Today, I want us to visualize a perfect win, to dream of a DA Gauteng that values you, that helps you to grow. By voting for me today, you are choosing to revive Gauteng, to empower our party structures, and to prepare for the national and provincial elections in 2024. Together we can rebuild our province, restore faith in government, create a shared future for all Gauteng residents, and I can promise you that this journey requires all of us. I will be with you on the ground as we campaign and take our DA message of hope to all corners of Gauteng. I believe in the potential of this province, but more so to the thousands of our volunteers who without fail volunteer their valuable time and resources in making our province work. My offers, amongst others, include a vision to win the province. We must provide adequate support to municipalities to lessen the brunt of collapsing infrastructure and the wrath frustrated and desperate communities unleashed onto us by hardworking public representatives. Number 2, we must build well-oiled machinery to fight these important elections. Number 3, we must have coordinated, balanced, and collaborative approach operationally to improve efficiency and output. Number 4, we must energize and inspire our activists to ensure that they gain confidence and do what they do, engaging voters and making sure that they vote for us. This is what I'm expecting from all branches and constituencies. From tomorrow, let's go out and identify unregistered voters. Let's persuade them, let's encourage them and motivate them to register. Let's recruit more activists to lessen the workload. Let's train activists to communicate a winning message. Let's canvass more voters to vote for the DA next year. Let's go out and fundraise and get more money to ensure that we drive a winning election campaign. Democrats, I subscribed to the Pareto principle. Let's spend 20% of our time to produce 80% results. It means we must focus on few priorities to get maximum results. We must lead with integrity. We must defend and promote our values. We must ensure that our principles are advanced. The most essential quality for leadership is not perfection, but credibility. Thank you, and vote for Kume. Viva DA, viva!
Thank you, delegates. Let's listen to Solly.
Halala DA halala. Halala DA halala. Democrats in 2020 when it was not popular, when nobody wanted to put their hand up, I put my hand up and say, while everybody's writing us off, while everybody said this party was finished, while our structures were collapsing, while in Soweto the leader of the party was collapsing our branches, while in Tshwane Tau was collapsing our branches, while we had a provincial leader who left, who stood up and say, here no more, we are going to build the DA, we are going to take the DA forward. I'm saying to you that the job that we started, you don't stop a plane in the middle of the air and say, let's change pilots. You make sure that once you start a job, you take your people forward and you land the plane where it needs to go. You don't say a couple of months before the elections, I've identified that this person is a problem. You don't say, what is your solution? Let me tell you solutions. I am saying to you, the province matter. Because I've been there when I said, let's rebuild these structures from the ground. I'm saying the regions matter. When I was called to the west to then say there's a problem of water, there's a problem of zamazamas, I was there. I don't tell people what I'll do. I'm saying, judge me by what I have done. I am saying to you, when I was called in Soweto, because there were some constituency heads that didn't show up, I was there when the kids were murdered in Soweto. I comforted the families. I was there to show that the DA does really care. I want to say, when in the Val, when the constituency leader called me and say, here in the Val, there are families that are sleeping on the floor without food, I put up my hand silently. I went there and made sure that things do happen. I went to Ekurhuleni. In Ekurhuleni, we said, when I was told that there are families that have lost 17 of their loved ones in Angelo, I was there. Democrats, my grandmother told me one thing. My grandmother told me this, is that if I have to tell somebody that I'm something, then I have to question if I'm really that thing. I'm not here to tell you. I'm saying, judge by the work that I have done. Here is our priorities. Let me give you the priorities. I have said, When we started in 2020, I said let's focus on rebuilding strong structures that people today want to claim. The strong structures that are taking us to 2024. John said these things are not happening by osmosis. They're not happening by magic. They're happening because on the ground we started achieving branch launches, constituency launches. As I'm talking to you, 89 of our branches and constituencies have been launched. It doesn't happen by magic. It happens by activists, by public representatives who are committed and who can see that we are in the air, but we are going to 2024 in the right direction. They are willing to work with us and they're willing to get us there. Let me say this to you, that we are not going to be a better version of the ANC. I'm not going to koi around Panyaza Lusufi. I am going to take Panyaza Lusufi head on. That's one thing that we are going to do. Number two, I've said I've never been a dictator. I've never been a dictator. Number two is that we will continue. I am not saying we'll start. We'll continue to make sure that the structures from the ground upwards dictate to the party how we're supposed to run our campaigns. Soli doesn't know what is happening in the Val. That Soli will dictate what happens on the ground. But the structures know. The activists know. The public representatives know. They must tell us this is how we're going to get to the numbers that we want to get to. I am saying the DA, we are tired of being saying this. You know me on record. Long will be the days gone in Gauteng where we are bashing the ANC on an ongoing basis. The people know what's wrong with South Africa. The people know what's wrong with Gauteng. They are waiting for DA positive message of hope to then say what will change, how infrastructure is going to change, how we're going to get the economy going, how we're going to get jobs going. That's what the people are waiting for. I am saying I will continue to be available to our public representative who call me 2 o'clock in the morning. You know I pick up your phone, I talk to you, and we get the job done. I am saying a wellness program that will continue to put our public representative first and get the job done. But lastly, we are going to take this government, Democrats, we are going to take this government and make sure that Gauteng is never the same, because when Gauteng really sneeze, the whole of South Africa catches a cold. Join me.
Thank you, Democrats. Thank you. We have listened to the candidates for provincial leader. Thank you. Thank you, Democrats. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We had the opportunity to listen to the candidates for the provincial leadership. We now have an opportunity to cast our votes. Voting will take place between 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. You are requested to remain in your seat for other announcements, because even though we are voting for 2 hours, the program is not going to shut down for 2 hours. So please remain in your seats. You have heard what Werner said. We are directed to the same area where we registered, but please stay put for announcements. Thank you so much.
Hold on, Democrats. Democrats, I know us to be a party of order. I know we are excited. I know tensions are high. But I please ask that you indulge me on just this one thing. Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho. Ayihlale phansi bamba umthetho. The only people that have discipline in the room are definitely the ones in front of me. The rest of the house, I'm not sure about you guys. So here's what's up. So voting, yes, has started as communicated. It is currently 1 o'clock or a minute after that. We have 2 hours and then we're expected to come back to the venue. So we're going to vote and have lunch. But please vote before you eat to make sure that you do not miss the window of voting. The lunch venue is as you exit from this hall, you turn left, proceed all the way straight. There will be marshals on the way that will show you where you need to go. That's where you will get your lunch. The registration venue, the registration place is where you got your accreditations earlier this morning. For members of the media, you are allowed to go have your own resting and the lunch outside of the lunch area. If I've missed anything, there will be a radio announcement to make sure that everybody is on the same page around what's expected. So I expect you all to be here at 3 o'clock. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy your voting.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2. Yep. Yep. 1, 2, 1, 2. Yep. 3 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Yep, 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 yep. 1, 2, 2, 2. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1. 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. High. Yep, yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, yeah, 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 yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. Uh-huh. Andrew, there where it says lectern or podium, I think it's 7, 8, something like that. Or 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. DA, DA, yes, yes. Sound better? Good. 2, yep, yep, yep. 1, 2. Want to see now if they're going to phase between each other. 2, yep, yep, yep. 1, 2, 1, 2, yep, yep, yep. Left, right, 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 yep. Left, left, yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you for coming, everybody. Valuable members of the team. Can everybody hear nicely? I think we're good. Hey? Cool. 2, yeah.
You don't want to shake up
Rathan
little bit.
Bohle.
You must
Eh?
shake the food. Shake the food. Shake the food.
Can we please ask all delegates to come inside? We are about to start.
O tla bohlela
Ariye.
ka hare.
Asambe selector, asambe. Asambe selector, asambe. Siyayenza lento.
O tla theosetsa ka hare, ha o so
Siyabashukumisa.
All delegates, please
Sir.
come back to the hall. All delegates, please come back. So we're going to help you digest the food,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, yeah.
We're going to help you digest the food properly.
Asambe select. Volume up select. Osatie. Kanane. Volume up selector. Volume selector. Chuma, Rosa, Kanane, Sizobu, City 2024 2024 sekusele kancane Chuma kancane sizophu Let's go again 2024 sekusele Let's work 2024. What's up? Chuma. Viva Tiel, viva! Viva! Tiel, viva! Viva! Chuma. Assemble boy! Assemble boy! Assemble boy! Hey! What's up? Aibo!
All right.
Esakthumile manje.
Uyabasaba na.
Uyayifuna le nto. Woza.
Kulento esiyenzayo.
Asambe thiye.
Kulento
Woza. Wow. Asambe, let's go. Woza. Kulento esiyenzayo.
Asinalo valo. Asinalo valo. Asinalo valo. Kulento esiyenzayo.
Esiyenzayo.
Asinalo valo. Asinalo valo. Asinalo valo. Kulento esiyenzayo. We're still going to sing more. I see we're all excited about Laubosha from the beautiful lunch we had.
Yeah.
But first, delegates, I need to announce that voting has officially closed. So for those of you who missed the opportunity, you'll miss Jose. So the presiding officers have declared that officially voting is closed. So I request to all candidate agents who are supposed to be in the voting room to proceed to the registration hall for vote for counting. Ke tlo le fine aval. Lona valo dololo val. Ke a le fine. Le disturba bana ba bang ba batlang ho mamela.
Please find the valve. Find the valve.
So, again I repeat, all candidate agents that are supposed to be in the counting room right now.
Yes, yeah.
Please proceed to the counting room proceed to the registration hall for counting.
Yes, yeah.
Rutli Lager. Okay, hurrying happy Chimureng.
Viva tia viva!
Viva!
Viva tia viva!
Viva!
Amasa!
Away!
You know this song again? You know this song? Oh, no, no, no.
Gauteng East, we see you. We see you.
Viva tia viva! Viva tia viva!
Hai, asiba sabi, siyabafuna.
Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho.
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 Salala.
Senhle.
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 Viva tia viva!
Viva!
18 hours semoye. Tango is thank you.
Corruption. Maladministration.
Burning blackouts.
Aided deployment.
Corruption. Blackout. Maladministration. Crisis of government. State capture.
Aided deployment. nothing short of jaw-dropping.
Is South Africa a mafia state?
ANC says it's feeling the heat when it comes to corruption. But many South Africans will say, never mind the heat. Our house is on fire.
Corruption is a massive problem in South Africa.
Lots of tenders, lots of kickbacks, lots of dodgy deals.
Can we still talk about any form of integrity when we talk about the governing party? Because so many of them are implicated in corruption.
Rolling black cars, water shortages, a shaky healthcare system, and myriad other state failures. Others say this is the cost of corruption and negligent leadership.
We are now seeing the consequences of corruption.
From higher electricity and water tariffs to higher costs of food and fuel, it now costs more than ever to survive.
These added economic pressures may be the final nail in the coffin for many.
South Africa ranked as one of the most dangerous countries in the world.
The latest crime stats suggest South Africa is a crime scene.
As the unemployment rate is at a record high.
It's unacceptable that we have to bear the brunt of mismanagement, and we stand here in absolute anger.
A lack of service delivery have become the norm in South Africa.
Many municipalities have been accused of failing to deliver basic services.
Blackouts have become a way of life.
The ANC plunged this country into darkness.
The mafia state.
ANC
State
Why are we still in this mess?
So they told me you had a power outage in Ekurhuleni. And I had to come from Tshwane just to organize some lights. So here I am, Democrats. It's great to be with you. And the ward councillors will know what I'm talking about. Colleagues, in 2016, the people of Tshwane voted for change. There was a great expectation that by using the power of the ballot, that they could bring about change in the capital city, but also in Joburg, Ekurhuleni, Nelson Mandela Bay. And we achieved removing the ANC from power. And despite not having a majority in the council, which is a major impediment, we made significant progress. But of course, the ANC never accepted their defeat. They never accepted the will of the people, and so there was an attempt by the ANC in Gauteng to grab back power in Tshwane. And for 7 months, the municipal council was dissolved, with no oversight over tenders, appointments, collections. The ANC mayor of the West Rand district was sent to Tshwane. And after that, we had a 4.3 billion rand budget deficit. Of course, in Tshwane, we've also made our own mistakes, Democrats. But that's the difference between the DA and the ANC. We can admit where we are wrong, and we can correct, which we are doing. But we also learned a few useful lessons. And I say useful because surely this province and this country will also have to be governed by a coalition. The first thing that we learned is we need a clear mandate. It does not help trying to govern with a minority. We have to have the strength to make the difficult decisions and carry them through. And we mustn't be in a position to try and negotiate with the ANC and the EFF. The second important point, we need a clear idea of what we stand for. Because if you don't stand for anything, you will fall for anything. The last point is coalitions can be successful. But then we need coalition partners with integrity. It does not help. It does not help looking to Gauteng, Mackenzie, and the Patriotic Alliance, and all of the other little kingmakers to try and keep the promise that we've made to the people. So those are the lessons that we've learned in Tshwane, and we truly are on a rescue mission. In Tshwane, we are there to keep the original promise that we made to the people, to bring significant change, to bring clean, corruption-free administration, to build a capital city that works for all of its people, that we can be proud of. And you know, Democrats, if we can do it in the capital city, we can do it in South Africa. And we must do it in Gauteng, because difficult decisions have to be made. If you are not willing to make the difficult decisions, if all you can do is give handouts and make promises, if you can't stand your ground, if you can't tell SAMWU there is no money for salary increases, then you will inherit nothing. You will simply be doomed to repeating the mistakes of the ANC, and that we cannot afford. We have to stand our ground. We have to stand up to the rule of law. That is what's going to rebuild trust in this country, and that's going to generate the energy and the conviction and the passion that we need to change Gauteng and to change South Africa. Congress, Democrats, let's go do it. Thank you very much. Viva DA, viva!
Every day, the Democratic Alliance grows stronger, from an opposition party to a party of government. From governing Midvaal in 2000 to leading a coalition in Cape Town in 2006 and governing the whole of the Western Cape outright by 2009. Today, the DA is bigger than ever. Bigger than the next 6 parties combined, and on the verge of bringing the ANC below 50% in the 2024 national election. Millions of South Africans across the country now experience some form of DA governance. Umgeng is the DA's first government in KwaZulu-Natal. Having inherited a broken municipality, it is now proudly debt-free. DA-led Midvaal is rated the best-run municipality in Gauteng and the best-performing province in South Africa. The Western Cape is set to become load-shedding free. Where we don't govern yet, the DA is fighting for better service delivery in all communities. And day by day, this DA pressure brings change. We are proud of these examples among so many others. In the Free State, we uncovered the Estina dairy scandal, ultimately delivering justice to small-scale farmers. In the Northern Cape, we are fighting the outrageous water tariff hikes. And in the Northwest, we worked to have a primary school reopened so learners would not have to walk 5 kilometers to school. In Limpopo, we exposed the abuse of millions in overtime pay to municipal workers. And in the Eastern Cape, we relentlessly fought and forced SAPS to build a new police station in Gqeberha. In Mpumalanga, we succeeded in restoring healthcare services to over 4,000 farm workers. During the devastating floods in KwaZulu-Natal, we worked to secure emergency relief for flood victims. And almost a decade later, we continue to fight for justice for the victims of the Life Esidimeni tragedy in Gauteng. In Parliament, the Democratic Alliance takes its role of protecting our hard-won democracy seriously. The DA's relentless pressure resulted in the establishment of the Zondo Commission of Inquiry into State Capture. We are fighting to have the corrupt policy of cadre deployment declared unconstitutional and illegal, as well as introducing a bill in Parliament to curb the lavish lifestyles of cabinet ministers, and opposing the ANC's efforts to interfere with school admissions and language policy. Recently winning a court case to protect your right to speak Afrikaans at Stellenbosch University. We are mobilizing South Africans across the country to stand up against corruption, the cost of living, high crime rates, and the electricity crisis. The Democratic Alliance is at the forefront of democracy, protecting you from national government failures and working hard to make life better for all South Africans. It is now up to each and every one of us to unite behind the only party that can build a better future.
Viva DA, viva! I know I'm absolutely proud to be a member of this party. Just watching and listening to that, I know that we are all in the correct room. We've heard from Mayor Celia Brink around what it is that he's doing in the city of Tshwane to improve the quality of life there. But we also have another government in Gauteng that is doing amazing. Hoi hoi, Duncan, you're exposing yourself. That is doing absolutely amazing, and everybody in Gauteng wants to reap the benefits of that municipality because it's blue. Can you guess what that municipality is? Midvaal. Okay, that house is biased. We have it 100%. But ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Peter Texera!
Alala, TA, alala. Woza 2024, woza.
Thank you so much, Democrats. It's a true honor to address you here at this particular Congress, the biggest Congress in Gauteng's history. Democrats, I want to share with you the good that we are doing in Midvaal. And I'm sure it is nothing new to you. But I want to tell you that for 22 years, the DA has been governing in Midvaal and governing with an outright majority. Democrats, we're no longer talking about the basics, basic service delivery of potholes, clean water, sewer, electricity, street lights, and so forth. We've moved past that because that's a basic. It's a norm. It's something that we are acing in Midvaal. We are now talking about how do we grow the local economy in Midvaal. And I must tell you, in the last 2 years, we have grown our economy in Midvaal from 8 billion rand to 12.5 billion rand. And this means that Midvaal has one of the lowest unemployment rate in the country, coming in at 17.5%. Democrats, the recipe is easy. We must just do our job and ensure that there is no corruption and ensure that we hire competent and dedicated staff within the municipality, which means there must be no cadre deployment. Askashi ngoba lono makhelwane or siyamazi or ngikhule naye bengena isikolo naye kwamele ukuthi uye esikolweni sokuqashe because uyazi umsebenzi, hayi because uyazi umajoro. And that is exactly what we are doing and getting right in Midvaal. We have created a conducive environment for businesses to flourish in Midvaal.
And this is why we are attracting even international investment into the municipality. Because the investor knows and understands that Midvaal will be able to supply services like water, sewer, electricity at any given time. Democrats, we can do more. Imagine a Midvaal with the support of a DA-led province. And I can tell you, come 2024, we will be the same as the Western Cape. I can tell you, my friend from Saldanha Bay, Mayor Andre Truter, when he has challenges in his municipality, he knows that he can just pick up the phone, call Premier Ellen Windy, and say, please assist with the following at the province, and that gets done. And that's what we want for Gauteng as well. It's going to take a collective effort. We need to go to every corner of Gauteng. There must not be a no-go area in Gauteng. Komele siyongena nalana laba beyikipa eziyelo laba khona siyofuna amavote wethu lapho phakathi. Re kgathetsa hore bonkgono ba rona ha ile nako tsa dikgetho ba jwetsuwa ka di beseng hore ha o sa votele ANC grant ya hao itlong kuwa ke maka ntweo. Grant eo I supply ki ANC. It is government money. Re kgathetse ke maka. So Democrats, it's important that we go and sell the DA vision. We go and we tell the good story of Midvaal to our people that it is possible to take services across Gauteng to every municipality, to every corner of Gauteng. Abantu wethu bakhathele. Bakhathele. Enough is enough. But the ball is in their court, Democrats. We need to go out and vote. Senze sure ukuthi we make the right decision. Sibanike chance eningi those that are ruling, and they have failed dismally. It cannot be ukuthi eMidvaal we are growing election after election. In 2016 local government election, we had an outright majority of 57% for the DA. In 2021, we increased it to 63%. So, Democrats, into eyi-one engifuna kuyisho ukuthi nasihamba siyo campaign masiyekeni ukukhuluma kakhulu ngalaba abanye beyikipa eziyelo. Masitshela abantu ukuthi yini thina as iDA esikhona kuyenza. Abantu ba understand that people know about the failures of the ANC. We don't need to constantly talk about them, but let's talk about the vision, the good story of the DA and where we govern. And you can easily say, Guti, the top performing municipalities in the country are all DA-led. That cannot be a mistake. So these other ones, they keep us red, with the red t-shirts. They come and they say that we can do this, we can do that. Ask them one thing, show me where you have governed. Because it is easy to criticize and point fingers. Show me where you have governed. We can show the rest of South Africans where we govern because we excel. Where have they governed? Those in red. They just talk. So Democrats, Masieni, no 2024, let us go and grow the party. Let's ensure the DA leads Gauteng so we can continue to improve the lives of our people, put a leadership that is capable in government. Democrats, Nyanbonga, thank you very much.
So the ANC, you said we mustn't speak about them, but they're sabotaging us because our marks are not working. But I want to say, Fuarantu, Texera Fuarantu. Hi, cooler, DA, hi, cooler. Thank you very much for that address, Mayor Peter Texera. Democrats, the last time we were gathered like this in this province, it was at another Congress. In that Congress, we elected leadership and gave them a mandate. In between that mandate, and now we have traversed a journey. We've hit potholes, we've swam, a lot has happened. But I can't tell you what has happened. The people we elected must tell us what happened in between. So firstly, we're going to have a report by the chairperson of this province. Help me welcome onto the stage with excitement the provincial chairperson of Gauteng, Fred now.
Democrats, are you glad we didn't serve you soup for lunch? Before I deliver my report, I just want to make something clear that I didn't during the constitutional amendments. The Constitution, as we amended it, will now go to the FLC and the Federal Council for certification before it comes into effect. So there won't be 3 deputies elected today, only 1, as per the current Constitution. But as soon as that Constitution is approved and approved by Federal Council, I hope still this year, then we will be able to fill those positions. I had a lot of questions about it, and I'm sorry I didn't mention that when I finished that session with you today. So it is a bit difficult to fit 2.5 years' work into 5 minutes. But, you know, when we entered our term in office, we were faced with a number of challenges. The first was that we were still in the midst of COVID-19. We all had to wear masks, keep our distance from each other, and it was extremely frustrating because a political party's work is about contact with other human beings. It's about talking to voters and it's talking to residents. But I think that we were able to, with the use of technology especially, turn it around and adapt and be agile to that whole situation of COVID-19. And I think we were the best party to do that. Some of these innovations we also inculcated into our internal systems afterwards, but as you can see today, we still like some of the old style. So we're back to a little bit of the old normal as well. We were also faced with a pending local government election, and we did not know what effect COVID will have on that local government election. But we had to prepare for a full-blown election campaign nonetheless. The election date was like a bouncing ball. Then it was in May, then it was going to be 2022, and then it was going to be whatever. And a few court cases later, we had it on the 1st of November of 2021. This was extremely difficult to adapt to, especially around logistics when you have to rent warehouses and these kind of things for all our posters, and that made planning quite difficult. But we came through those local government elections and were able to increase our majority in Midvaal, the shining star municipality in our province. And unexpectedly, it also resulted in 5 coalition governments in the province. 4 which were minority coalitions and 1 a majority coalition which is still standing, and that is Tshwane. Local government became very unstable in the province, not because of the coalitions which tried their best to run those administrations and turn them around, but because of internal sabotage by ANC cadres and regular vote switching that effectively crippled decision-making in these municipalities. I don't have to tell any councillor what happened, they know. But this was exacerbated by legal motions of no confidence and mayors being kicked out of their offices illegally, and we saw that happening again just last week in another province. The lower voter turnout in the local government elections proved that voters had enough of politics, as less than 44% of voters turned out to vote in those elections. But it was worse for the ANC, whose support in Gauteng dropped to just over 36% of the vote. And they've been struggling to recover ever since. Helen said she's not sharing polling information, but I can tell you today that yesterday they were still below this. The 2021 elections led to the formation of a number of coalitions in the province, and the management of these coalitions became very time-consuming, involving us with meetings late into the night, and you heard Helen say that earlier today as well, up to 3-4 times a week. However, this was a major beneficial learning curve for us, and the way that the DA approaches coalitions is definitely in the best interest of our party. Managing coalitions requires constant internal communication and consultation between caucuses, the provincial leadership and the federal leadership. And the experience that we gained in 2021 will be very valuable going into the future. Please, can we not have coalitions in 2026? After the 2021 local government election, we embarked on the most comprehensive strategic planning and implementation project in the history of our province, and we started with a comprehensive feedback from all our structures in the province, which is extensively collated into a document that was presented to the PEC to inform the strategic planning process. We also analysed every single metric we could lay our hands on, and were able to analyse where GeoTV was the most effective, cost per vote, canvassing efficacy. The selection panel scoring trends even were analysed, among many other metrics that we analysed. We also conducted a number of strategic workshops, including for the very first time in the history of our province, one with all the provincial staff members to canvass their views on the work that they were doing and what they felt need to be improved in the province. Ultimately, the PEC approved a comprehensive strategy, and the implementation did require some key changes. You all know by now, if you've seen any of my presentations, that the very first couple of slides of every presentation is those first 3 steps of the strategy: building our structures, canvassing voters, and GeoTV. And in 2022, we focused on branch capacitation and building in the province. We implemented the election planning template to foster bottom-up election planning from branches to the top, because many of you said, stop telling us how many people we must have at a voting station, we will tell you, and we listen to that, and that's the way that we're going to happen in the future as well. A decision to participate in all by-elections, staff restructuring in the provincial office to mirror our strategic objectives, realistic approach to target setting and negotiation, the use of videos for internal communication, regular webinars on key provincial actions, regular Zoom meetings with constituency heads to improve internal communication, implementation of a train-the-trainer program approach to training in the province. But we also had to lobby our colleagues in federal for a number of changes to the nomination regulations, which were finally approved last month, lobbied for the ancillary review that was completed, lobbied for an upgrade to VRM, and I think the new VRM looks and works much better than the previous one, and it also includes a nice function, a GIS function. We lobbied for changes to the DA's branded items, and this was completed last year, and we lobbied for more provincial polling and more inputs by provinces into polling, and this is successfully started in 2023, and if you heard this morning, we get those results every Friday. We are not stopping there. The following changes were still underway: the procurement of a wellness service to provider for public representatives, the building of a studio in our offices in order to foster direct communication, also improve training, and a range of changes to the provincial constitution, which you gladly approved for us today. Thank you very much. And then development of online training that will be supplemented by in-person training. There were 9 outcomes that were identified by the strategy, and this will help us achieve success in 2024 and 2026. I'm proud of the fact that we've come a long way regarding the implementation of changes, that we're able to do it in a gradual way, because people do fear the unfamiliar, and we did not want to disrupt the organization like we did in 2019. Since 2021, we participated in 11 out of the 12 by-elections held in our province. Yes, there's been so many already. We held in many instances, even improved DA support in the wards where we contested, and we retained all 7 DA wards where we contested. We improved our support in 3 ANC wards, and unfortunately, we were also the victims of underhanded tactics in the last by-election in Joburg, where we contested when our candidate was lured away and withdrew from the contest after nominations closed. Ethics is not alive in our opponents. This was the first time we had an incident like this, and it is an indication of the disconcerting increase in dirty politics. A similar incident was also recently averted in George, when we were able to replace a candidate before nominations closed. The province organised numerous major events, and starting with the first major party events directly after COVID happened here in Gauteng, where we could finally get people together, which started with the final election rally in 2021. You also saw many of those pictures and videos of those wonderful events that we presented in Gauteng in the video just before Peter spoke. Our events continue to be oversubscribed and attract thousands of participants every single time. Our provincial and regional staff has gotten event organisation down to an art, and they can adapt to almost any situation, as we saw during our march to Lutuli House earlier this year as well. A special thanks to Leander Jager, who always helps us with the legal and safety aspects of our events, including this Congress. I saw the documents yesterday for this Congress. The legal documents was this thick. It's nice to have somebody that can do that, let me tell you. One of our 9 strategic outcomes is that we ensure that we employ the absolute best human resources in our party. On the staff side, we advertise positions until we get the absolute best applicants for those to compete for those positions. We've also taken political influence out of the process to ensure that we avoid future problems and stick to our party values of merit appointments. Finance and fundraising, we've been able to manage our finances very diligently and been very strict on preventing wastage and expenses that does not help us win votes or build the DA. We've been able to fund our 2021 election campaign through our contribution to federal and had sufficient funds to support additional marketing and campaigning in the province, including buying additional billboards. This included and ensuring for the very first time in our province's history that all our mayoral campaigns were properly funded in 2021. We already made our contribution to federal for the 2024 election campaign and are encouraging fundraising to ensure that we can run the best possible campaigns in 2024 and 2026. Our province is currently the 2nd overall in the debit order campaign, and I'm confident we will be number 1 very, very soon. I want to thank Mervyn Sirota, who's been the champion for fundraising in our province and taking the responsibility of a job that nobody usually wants. I also want to give Dennis Pretorius a special thanks as Provincial Finance Chair, who did sterling work, and Dennis has indicated that he will retire after this Congress as well. After the membership audit, 77% of our wards had qualifying branches that could launch. This is one of the results of the focus on branches in 2022, especially through the My DA, My Branch program of action. We need to continue to build our branches, but at the same time capacitate them to ensure that we offer value for DA membership in our branches. It's no use just signing people up. We also need to involve them and give them something back. Publicity and media communication is a key aspect of our political lives and a driver of our support in the province. Our activity levels in communities on the ground is still our most important driver of publicity. Voters want to see us on the ground, and our structures is doing great work in their communities, and I really want to thank you for that. It is not yet where we want it to be, but we're getting there. We're also improving our direct communication capacity as well as social media reach, which is becoming more important by the day, and I'm very proud of the quality and volume of graphic design work that we turn out in the provincial office on a daily basis. I want to thank Karen Cannon, who's our graphic designer, who does this. I'm not sure whether she complains to her husband at night, but she never complains when we throw a lot of work on her. I also want to thank Blessing Mukwena, who's our social media person in the office. And she also does the design work when Karen is on leave. And I want to thank Herman Groenewald, who gave us strategic direction, although it was for a short period. We'll view you as a consultant, Herman. I saw you here today. And I want to welcome Franco, our new media person, who's already made an impact and designed some of the stuff that you saw here today. Everything we do in the background must have one result, and that is to win votes in elections so that we can take over government and bring about an open opportunity society for all. In between elections, we measure our success through metrics like membership, branches, activities, publicity, but also through polling. And as I alluded earlier, we've been conducting provincial specific polling, and it shows that we are neck and neck with the ANC. If you look at our polling graph, and you look at our line, which is a blue line, and the ANC line, that's a yellow line, it looks like two snakes that are fighting. You've got one above, and then the other one is above, and the one above, and the other one above. So it is a very, very close race. I would like to thank every one of you who supported us during our term and during my term as chair, and making this a very memorable 2.5 years. I also want to thank a few people specifically. Solem Simango, who always picked me up when I needed a shot in the arm, and for being a great leader to support. Bongani Nkomo, our provincial deputy chair, was always a voice of reason and always provided balance in our quad meetings. To Robert Dalton, who was a provincial director for most of my term. Bob, also nice to have you here today helping out. We couldn't keep him away. We tried. Natasha Prinsloo, who's been our provincial director since the beginning of this year, and she's fit into the office excellently. To our financial manager, Evert Janssen van Rensburg, who does an amazing analysis of our finances and matching it with our operations and making sure that we get value for our bucks. So thank you for that. Gregory Dalton, who runs our campaigns and events. Christian Opperman, who's also part of the provincial management team, our support services manager. Jonas Mohale, who's been one of our finance team for a long time, who's also making a huge contribution. But also the rest of the very wonderful provincial team that you probably don't see very often because they do a lot of work in the background. But our objective is always and has always been to improve our service to you and make sure that your life becomes easier by improving our services and our systems. To all our regional staff members, I also want to thank them. You always see them at these events in the yellow bibs, and you know, they come here at 4 o'clock in the morning and they'll probably leave at 8 tonight. And always have a smile on their faces doing so. To the Provincial Executive Committee, who's been extremely supportive during this term and bought into the whole strategic approach that we followed, and always had constructive inputs into the decision making for our province. And then to our federal leadership for their support. It is awesome to have a federal leadership that answers telephones and helps, and also their support staff that also helps us quite a lot. But then thank you to all of you for your support. Please also convey thanks to your branches and your structures when you go back. We really appreciate your cooperation. We appreciate you filling the buses for all our events. It's awesome to be in Gauteng because it's an easy province to a large extent to manage. Thank you very, very much.
Everybody give it up for Fred now! Yeah, that was very heartfelt. Thank you for your report, Chairperson. So another human being who was given a mandate, who also needs to come back and account, is the person that served very closely with Fred. So with enthusiasm again for his provincial leader report, give it up for Solem Simango!
Democrats, I know that you are waiting for the results and you want to go and have your chisanyama for the Saturday afternoon and really enjoy the rest of the afternoon. I am not going to go into a very, very long report because I think that Fred has covered most of the issues. But allow me to touch on a few things and say that when we started in 2020, one of the things that we wanted to do was to make sure that we're able to rebuild the structures. And I'm sure you would have heard from Fred that we have really gone a long way in rebuilding the structures and ensuring that our branches, our constituencies are actually now stronger than what they have been before. And we're doing that to make sure that going forward, these are the structures that we are going to use to make sure that we fight exceptional elections that are coming. This is what we are going to do to use to make sure that there is a successful registration campaign, and we are going to continue to make sure that our structures work hand in hand with the leadership, whether at a region or at a provincial level, and including even at a national level. So I want to say thank you very much to all the branch chairpersons, to all the constituency heads, to all the regional leaders that have been there, and also to the staff members that have worked hand in hand with us to get us where we are right now, and actually excited to be going forward. We also worked on a ready-to-govern document, and I want to specifically thank everybody that has participated. When we started this thing a year ago, we called all political heads around the province. We called all staff members, as Fred had been saying. We called all our MPs and our MPLs into a room, and we said, can we reconstruct some of the things that we think we need to start putting together if we are going to be successful in government going forward? And we were able to produce a world-class document that I think we should all be proud of. A document that had already been approved now by the federal structures. A document that looked at what were the things that we did that were wrong in 2019 and in 2021. How do we correct those? How do we then put a document that says you are now going towards the 2024 elections? Need to make sure that when we go to campaigns, these are things that we need to look at, and these are the things that we need to be correcting. But over and above that, what is it that we're going to do when we get into government? The MPLs will tell you when we sit around the table, I say to them that you need to tell us what you want to do in your first 100 days. How are we going to make sure that the people that would vote us in will be easily and quickly be able to then identify the difference between us and that other party that I want to stop using or to call him by name going forward. We did a post-mortem, as I said, that was very critical of ourselves. And we went into what our activists were saying. Our activists says we want to feel valued. We want to know that we are not just there as voting fathers or those that you call when there's elections. We want to know, how are you empowering us? How are you able to then assist in ensuring that when there's training, we get involved? When there is opportunities, we get involved and we don't get to be locked outside. Those are some of the things that we started looking at. In terms of the finances, I'm sure Fred would have told you, we were very prudent as a province. And this is why we were the first province to pay our share for the elections way in advance. And we are now preparing what I want to call a Rolls-Royce campaign for 2024. And it starts with what we have already been doing throughout the years, saving, or throughout the 2.5 years, saving as much as we possibly can, ensuring that we have a kitty that we will all be able to then use to run a successful campaign. The only reason that we will lose next year's elections is if we are cheated. That's the only reason that we'll ever lose those elections. And it will mean that we'll have to put each and every resource towards ensuring that we guard our elections. And this is why it also brings me to the next point, that we have been engaging with the international communities. We've been engaging Dr. Ivan Meyer, Dr. Dion George, Refilwe, Eve Duplessis, Refilwe Nteke. We have been engaging with and Lien Diaga, sorry for that. We've been engaging with the diplomatic corps, where we are saying we need you to also come in and ensure that we do have an international elections observer committee that is going to make sure that they oversee the elections that are going to be taking place, and that if there's going to be elements of unfair election practices, that they will be able to then raise international awareness around those things as well. So this is part of what we have been doing. But colleagues, one of the things that I think a lot of people don't get and must possibly begin to then appreciate is that we have, since 2016, but more specifically in 2021, have been dealing with coalitions that have really been rocky. We've been dealing with coalitions in 2021 that we saw, Mpopalazi, and I want to ask that we really give a special, a tribute to the following people as I'm about to talk to this point. I want to thank Mpopalati, who was the mayor in Johannesburg. I want to thank thank Randall Williams, who was the mayor in the city of Tshwane, and also Celia Brink now, who is there. I want to thank Tyrone, who was the mayor in Mukhale City. I want to thank Halat, who was the mayor in West Rand District Municipality. And I want to also thank Tanya Campbell, who under very difficult circumstances. These are men and women who dedicated themselves towards ensuring that under the difficult circumstances of leading minority coalitions in certain instances, that they were able to do what needed to be done. Colleagues, you don't appreciate or don't understand how if you go into a coalition and your coalition doesn't have a majority, how difficult it is to keep it together. You get threatened on a daily basis to say, if you don't give me this position, you're out. If you don't allow for this thing to go through, you're out. If you don't do this, you're out. And this is why I said earlier on, if we are not going to build a strong DA majority, or at least go there with a bigger number that you don't need 11, 12 parties to put a government together, we will then be doing ourselves a disservice. This is why 2024 is important for all of us. But 2026 is equally important, because when we get to 2026, we must win some of these municipalities outright. And where we are going to go into coalition, we should go in as the biggest partner that is requiring the smallest amount of coalitions for us to be able to then do what needs to be done. Let me thank Peter Texera, who took over the ropes in 2021. And Midvaal, again, not disappointing. We have a complete clean audit in Midvaal, and I think they deserve a round of applause. They said when the term when ended, somebody said, no, the clean audits ended with him and Midvaal is going to fall apart. But Midvaal has shown that it's now shining more, now more than ever. We have fought by-elections, colleagues. And I'm glad to tell you that the by-elections that we have fought, we have never, in any of our wards, we have never lost any of our wards in the by-elections that we have fought. I think that's a great achievement. While others are regressing, we continue to then rise. But that it doesn't mean that it's something that we should be celebrating. As Fred was saying, it's also teaching us that there is also a number of tricks that are beginning to be played, where the PA, in certain instances, will then begin to poach and buy, those that we're putting up to stand, for the Democratic Alliance. And this is why I had said to the team, we need to rethink and relook at how we select people. We need to rethink and relook at how we select people to be our candidates. Long gone should be the time where we just parachute people in and think that they're going to do the job for us. We need to make sure that we use the tried and tested people who really have the DA at heart as we go forward. This is something that I'm hoping that will be worked into the new term of office as the new team will be taking over. I think I will also want to then say that we've had quite a number of successful events, and I want to thank, more than anybody else, I want to thank our activists. I really, really want to thank our activists. These are people that will show up, will make sure that each and every event, will make sure that each and every by-election, will make sure that whenever we want to raise the volume and say something, these are the people that will always stand up and make things happen. And I want all the public representatives to stand right now and really give a round of applause to our activists, please. Thank all our public representatives, must thank the men and women. You must thank the men and women who are sitting here, who are giving of their time freely while you and me get a salary every month. These are people that we are standing on their shoulders of. If it is not because of these people, you and me will not be where we are. And this is something that we must really appreciate. Fred spoke about the number of events that we've had. We've had the BEE march to Pretoria. We've had the ESCOM march in Johannesburg. We had the Luthuli House march. We had we've also had the rainwater event, and quite a number of other events that we have had successfully in this province as a provincial team. But we've also had smaller events in different regions, and I want to say thank you very, very much, to everybody, Natasha, to Greg Dalton, to Chris, and everybody else that is working tirelessly to make sure that, our events are a great success whenever we have our events. Colleagues, one thing that I said we were going to do, and I'm glad that we did, is that we wanted to start having what I call the caucus to caucuses meetings, where we're taking the provincial caucus and getting them to meet with different caucuses and then able to then share ideas and to share workload and make sure that we're able to then coordinate what we're doing between the provincial sphere of government and the local sphere of government. This is something that I'm hoping that will continue to happen so that we're able to then strengthen the impact that we're having wherever we're in opposition and wherever we are in government in terms of what we're able to then do. And I think this is something that is a great initiative, and that shows that there should never be any gaps between the provincial and the local structures or the caucuses thereof. And this is something that I am very, very much grateful that we were able to then start and get going. There's also, I want a special word of thank you to the Provincial Management Committee that now meets almost on a weekly basis, and the War Room that meets every day at 1:30, where we're looking at how we're advancing going to the elections. And there's exciting things that are going to be coming up, and I hope that all of us are going to be ready to ensure that that change that we spoke about earlier, the change that get us going and ready for registrations and election, is something that we'll be able to implement. Allow me to thank the following people in closing. Let me thank Fred Nell, who without, I think, this province will not really be stable, will not really be in a position administratively that it's at. And I think it deserves a round of applause for the work that is put in. I want to thank Bongani, who together we started talking about how we're able to then envision and put together with Malcolm or Tava Maifala, how we're able to then start putting together the idea of a provincial political school that will make sure that we're able to then bring everybody on board and ensure that this thing runs smoothly going forward. He's been very, very passionate about training, not just for the school, but training in general for all members of the Democratic Alliance in Gauteng. And this is something that I am grateful for him for having played a huge role in making sure that happens. So thank you very much, Babonkomo. To Dennis Pretorius, our finance, outgoing finance guru, who have made sure that we only spend money when we needed to spend it so that we're able to have money going towards the elections. Thank you very, very much for being a stingy old man. You've really helped us to do what needs to be done. I want to also thank Dennis Ryder, Senzi Sibeko, Celia Brink, Ina Celia, and many defrators who, through the difficult times throughout COVID, when it was difficult, as regional chairpersons, they were holding the fort together and making sure that we rebuild this party. So please, let's give them a round of applause in appreciation. And I also want to welcome Ruan Robinson as the regional chairperson of the East. I want to also welcome Prudence Lanyani, the regional chairperson of the VAL. And I want to wish, because we will be going to your regional congresses in the East, in the North, and also in the South, in Johannesburg, and also in the West. We will be going into Congress very, very soon. I want to wish all those regions that are still going to have their regional congresses the best of luck. I think there's one thing that we should all celebrate and appreciate, is that the Democratic Alliance can have a Congress where people can come in, no chairs flying, there can be good contestations, and we can all express our views and then leave here united as one. And this is something that we should appreciate because it doesn't happen in other parties. Lastly, I want to say thank you very much to the Provincial Executive Committee that I've worked very, very closely with. I'm sure you would have seen a very big difference during our term. There's never been any leaks of the PEC has said this in the media, the PEC has said that in the, or there was argument on this, on that, because we said this time we are going to have an open door policy where we can debate, argue, and really take positions, different positions on board and build one DA that is cohesive going forward. And I want to say thank you to each and every member of the PEC that have constructively engaged us in the last 3 years. And I hope this has now become a culture that we can all carry going forward as the Democratic Alliance, where we don't air our dirty laundry out there, but we able to then come in and say, this is how I feel about a particular issue. Can it be an item on the agenda of the PEC? Can we then deal with it and make sure that when we go out with one message of unity? There's nothing that irks our voters and our supporters and our donors like a Democratic Alliance that is at war with itself. And I'm sure and I'm glad that in Gauteng, that is something of the past, and we're going to continue to do that. I will talk again later on. Thank you very much, Democrats.
Simanga, thank you for that address. Some are saying see you later, some are saying bye. It's tense. But I know that is the moment we're all looking for, and I promise you we're going to get there. And I'm aware that some of you are already yawning because that lunch was heavy, but we're getting there. So Fred and Solly gave us their provincial chairperson and provincial leader reports, and we want to say thank you for that. But in between the previous Congress and this Congress, there are other people who were walking the journey with us, but are unfortunately no longer here today. Some are personal family members who wore our blue t-shirts, colleagues across board in the province, and those people too deserve to be honored. So I'm going to ask that we all just have a moment to have a look and remember in our hearts who those people are, and then we'll have a celebration for them later on. Can somebody at the back here hear me say yes? Yes. Can you at the back here hear me say yes? Yes. Great stuff. So we are going to have a plan B. Luckily I have a rally voice. So those are, now I can't speak over you. So those are the names of the people that journeyed with us, who every day wore blue shirts and fight for democracy, to ensure that not only does the DA grow. Is the mic okay now? Oh, great. Well, this one is not working. So who wore their shirts with pride, who contributed towards ensuring that we have a stronger and more vibrant democratic alliance in the Gauteng province, but also fought for keeping democracy and ultimately ensuring that more people in Gauteng get to taste the benefits of a democracy for governments that work for them. But I also know that they wouldn't want us to just sit and see their names and then remember them in our hearts. They would want us to actually celebrate in true democratic style, in true democratic alliance style in song. So, Abuti Tibello Liprudi, I'm going to ask that you join me on stage while you, the DJ, cue a song for us. And with our absolute happiness and excitement, we're going to sing and give memory and honor to our soldiers.
We need your energy back. Let's go.
We do.
Let's stand up in honor of our fallen heroes.
Hosa 2024, Hosa! Ayaya 2024, Ayaya! Here is ready, we are going! Hosa Gelingila! Gelingila! I wish to. Hey,
Thank you very much for that. No, we have more. We want to say thank you for that. And I'm sure they are proud. They're proud where they are, that the DA is growing. It's just unfortunate they were not here to see it. So we want to say thank you. But we also have extra stars in the room. All of us sweat every day for the DA and South Africa. And our work needs to be recognized. So some people shine a little brighter than others. Some people work harder than others. And it's only fair that we give recognition to all of that. So please help me welcome onto the stage the chairperson of the awards committee, Fred Nile.
Right. So we had to rack our brains as to who we give these awards to. And in all the instances, the difference between number 1 and number 10, I could say, very, very small. So it's really just that one extra thing that won the award for the following structures. So, for Branch of the Year 2021, we decided, branch, not region, we decided to award it to Ward 60 Johannesburg. Branch of the Year 2022 is Ward 33, Mukhale. Don't worry. Chris, we need a new frame. We'll replace it, don't worry, don't worry. It happens in the best of families. For exceptional work in especially canvassing, the constituency of the year for 2021 is Davidton. is Davidson. Matthew, you have changed your constituency name in the meantime, correct? It's now Peter Mulapu constituency now. Mulapu. No, not that one. The constituency of the year for 2022. Let me change this. Matt Paul! I think at the next Congress we're going to need a bigger stage. All right. We now come to the regions. For a second time in a row, excellent election result and probably the highest vote to force ratio in the election. The region of the year for 2021. No. My home region, Gauteng North. That was the whole region. Democrats, as you've heard, this region in 2021, in the 2021 elections, improved its election results and is home to the Shining Star municipality in Gauteng, and that's a Vaal. The REC can please come to the front, the REC. Democrats, we also decided to confer a lifetime contribution to democracy award to a number of our stalwarts in the province, mainly public reps who used to be public reps, who've retired in the meantime, and some of them still actually making a contribution to the party despite having decided on retirement. The first award, and I didn't see her here, but is conferred on Kate Prinsloo from Gauteng North. Fancy, if you can come fetch it on her behalf. All right, thank you. We will accept this on her behalf and make sure that it gets to her. Oh, here we go. Fancy will assist. The second award, and although he is still a sitting member but has been making a contribution to the Ekurhuleni region or Gauteng East region for a very long while, is, and I saw him today here, is Andre du Plessis. The next award goes to a former councillor in Johannesburg. He became institutional in that region, and he's still involved in the FLC at times, and that's John Mendelson. From the Vaal, also recently retired councillor, but also still involved. I always see him on the REC chat group, very involved, is Philip Mavusan. Not Nagel. And then, giving me pleasure to hand over this award. As I indicated earlier, he's going to retire from his position after this Congress, but has made a massive contribution, not just as a councillor before and to his region, but also to his community, and that is Dennis Pretorius from the West. Final Lifetime Contribution to Democracy Award goes to somebody who's also a stalwart of the party, still involved, from Ekurhuleni, from Gauteng East, being in that region. Made a huge contribution in the days when we just started finding out how to fight by-elections. Unfortunately, she cannot be here because she and her family fell ill yesterday, but that is Shirley Lou. Thank you very much, and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Give a round of applause to all the recipients of awards. Congratulations to each and every one of you. May you continue to soar higher and work harder. And for everybody else that was left behind, copy and paste next time, and let's all win and be great. So, we've pretty much done everything for the day except one thing. Yeah, some tummies are grumbling. I see some smiles that were here are no longer there. It's all quiet altogether. But I'm going to put you out of your misery first, but before that, let me hear actually from the room. Who do you guys took it? Let's start with Joburg. Johannesburg, who are the scream the names of all the candidates that you think made it? Okay, there's no clarity here. Val, let's start here. Okay, let's give it to the guests and the elites in the room, yeah? Okay, no, thank you. Who's this? Is this the West Rand? Who do you guys have it? Okay. All right, let's hear it to the South. Who do you think have it? You guys are so organized. Okay, North. Okay, so I can't confirm who's who, and I couldn't hear from you. The East. Wait, who did I forget? I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, who do you guys think? I'm sorry for leaving you out. Okay, there's consensus in the room. All right, thank you. I'm going to put you out of your misery. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our presiding officers for the results.
Aware, presiding officers, aware.
Away.
Here we are, presiding officers, we are here. We are here. As the presiding officers, we are here.
We have just been
We are
promoted.
here.
Yes, they've just
Now
been
we are
promoted.
giving the
we
results.
are the presiding officers.
The result must fall.
Trust us.
Waza.
We did the right thing.
Yeah.
DA Gata Majita. DA Gata Majita. Oh no. DA Gata Majita. Baba ninga bantu bazelu mbona bathi wena uzongishia ayi wena uzongilahla waza baba ninga bantu bazelu mbona. Are you ready for results? Are you ready for results? Let's all sing, come on. DA Gata Majita. DA Gata Majita. Oh no. Oh no. DA Gata Majita. DA Gata Majita. Oh no. Oh no. No.
Great. So I had you for a second there. So officially now, Samanete Sirasa this time around. Give it up for Werner Horn and Priscilla Isaac.
Yes, presiding officers, aye. Moment of truth, aye. Tata, presiding officers, Tata.
Thank you, Democrats. Democrats today, 754 voters determined the outcomes of this election. The votes were casted, they were counted, and the agents as well as some of the candidates signed it off. So we want to declare that this election was not only done in good spirit and with great discipline, but it is also free and fair. It gives me therefore great pleasure to announce our Deputy Provincial Chairperson for Gauteng Province. And the Deputy Provincial Chairperson is Pogise.
Thank you, delegates. We are in a hurry. We want that one. Yeah, we are in a hurry. Yeah, delegates, settle down.
Okay.
Settle down, delegates. Yeah.
Then it's my privilege to declare the outcome of the election for your provincial chairperson. I don't know whether you know him, but it's one Frederik Nel.
Oi, oi, Fred, oi, oi.
Delegates, Siabonga, we are nearly there. We are almost there, delegates. Let's settle. We are almost there. Yeah, we are almost there. Amanda leadership. Yes, yes.
Democrats, the chosen one who will spearhead the 2024 as well as the 2026 elections by choice of the delegates, your provincial leader is Solly.
Viva! Simanga tata. Hoza Solim Simanga hoza. Hoza Solim Simanga hoza. Viva Tiai viva. Viva. Ayaya Tiai ayaya. Solim Simanga, hoi hoi! Jana Solim Simanga, Jana! Pata Solim Simanga, Pata! Pambili Solim Simanga, Pambili! Pambili! Amata! Awetu! Amata! Awetu! Amata! Awetu! Ayayati! Viva! Viva! Ekulento siyezayo, ekulento siyezayo, ekulento siyezayo. Asamba select, uvalo. Asina uvalo. Asina ekulento siyezayo. Kulendezi, Awuvalo dololo. Awuvalo dololo. Awuvalo dololo. Siyabonga delegates. Siyabonga. Let's give the provincial leader a chance to address. Siyabonga delegates. Siyabonga. Let's give the provincial leader the time to address us. Let's settle down. Viva tia viva.
Viva.
Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho.
Ayihlale phansi ibambe umthetho.
Hlala la.
Sengihle.
Hlala la.
Sengihle.
Hlala la. Danko. Over to you, leader.
Democrats from the Val, Democrats from Ekurhuleni, Democrats from Johannesburg, Democrats from Tshwane, Democrats from the West. I want to say thank you very much for giving us the mandate to take us to what is going to be a victorious elections in 2024. We promise that this plane will land safely in 2024 in the legislature when we say to Panyaza Lesufi, pack your bags and go. But there's one thing I need to do, and it will be a remiss if I don't do this. I want to invite Kume onto stage.
Yes, leader.
Oi, oi.
Ayaya kumera mulifo ayaya. Kumera mulifo pambili. Hoza kumera mulifo hoza. Siyakutanda kumera mulifo siyakutanda. Ayaya kume ayaya. Wibambitine leader wibambitine.
I want to say, most of you are wearing Solim Simanga t-shirts. Most of you are wearing Kumera Mlifo t-shirts.
Yes.
Those end today. Those t-shirts end today because tomorrow what we are wearing is DA t-shirts. All of us are united behind ensuring that 2024 is something that becomes a reality. I want to thank Kume for ensuring that we are able to exercise a democratic right here in the Democratic Alliance. We are just not called a Democratic Party for a reason, but we practice that. So thank you very much. And to everybody, to Seskatleho, to Lungile, to Dennis, to Philip, to Ati, I want to say thank you very, very much for having put your hands up. And I want to congratulate Fred, and I want to congratulate Pogiso as well for having made it. Democrats, allow me to say that the battle is never internal but external. We need to focus our weapons, we need to focus our energy on the opponent which is ahead of us. We will lose great opportunity if we remain internally focused and allow for divisions to creep in the Democratic Alliance. Our job is carved for us. The people of Gauteng are saying to us, you know, we know what is wrong. We want you to show us what is the alternative, what is the way forward, and we have to show the people of Gauteng the way forward. They are demanding, the people of Gauteng are demanding for an economy that works for everybody, not for some. Yes. They are demanding for cities that are able to provide quality services to them. They are demanding police that will face criminals head on and win the fight. They are demanding that our hospitals will be the one that will be providing world-class services. They are demanding that the education of a child that is coming from Alexander will be the same education that a child from Santen will be getting. They are demanding that we are able to ensure that our daughters, our mothers, our grandmothers are safe when they work on the streets. They are demanding an end to infrastructure collapse, where in Mogale, water now is becoming a scarce commodity. In certain parts of Johannesburg, water is becoming a scarce commodity. They are demanding fairness in jobs. They are demanding that we open opportunities for all. We cannot do this if we continue to be focused and become internally looking. This is what the people of Gauteng are demanding of us. My job is to continue uniting the Democratic Alliance, strengthening and supporting all the structures of the party, encountering and creating a system where people who have got ideas can have their ideas cultivated here in the Democratic Alliance. We need to make sure that the politics become fun again for our activists, but they can become fulfilling again for our activists. We have people that need to be registered Democrats, and those that are registered but that are not voting. All of them needs to be engaged. All of them needs to hear a message from the DA. All of them needs to be ensured that they are registered, they are re-registered, and we turn them out on election day. That is what the people of Gauteng are demanding of us. I'm calling on you to ensure that we stabilize, we revitalize, and we deliver services for all the people in Gauteng, where we in government. And for the next coming few months, where we are in opposition, the ANC must see hell between now and the time that we go to election. They will never ever breathe, because we will ensure that we keep them to account. And where we know that they will start to loot because they know that they are facing collapse of this government of theirs, we will ensure that we keep an ox eye to make sure, a hawk's eye to make sure that they don't steal and plunder further than what they have been doing. Leading Gauteng government will require political acumen, will require management skills, will require communication skills, will require analytical skills, and foresight to ensure success. It will also require partnerships. The partnership that has to start within the Democratic Alliance, a partnership that we have to enforce with the business that is out there, a partnership that we have to enforce with academia that is out there, the NGOs that are there, and all civil society that are saying we're ready to revision a South Africa that works for its people. And those are people that we are going to be engaging in as we rethink and we reshape a South Africa, and indeed a Gauteng that works for everybody. Fellow Democrats, the way to 2024 Gauteng is not going to be easy. Solim Simanga will not be able to then do it on his own. We're going to need to hold hands. We're going to need to show a united face as we go and do what needs to be done. And it can, and it should, and it will be done if we hold hands. The crucial challenge that lies ahead is now to implement our workable solutions, a blueprint of government that will ensure that we advance towards 2024 elections, but will ensure that once we start putting it to the residents out there, they will truly see that the Democratic Alliance is the only alternative to what they've come to know of the ANC. It should incorporate the key steps of to ensure that we stabilize and revitalize our administration. This blueprint will ensure that we implement a project that in every situation where we see that there is wrong, we can then say, what is the solution to the problems that the people are facing? So that when the people go to elections, they don't say, but what is the DA standing for? They don't say, but what is the DA going to do? They will know, we don't have electricity, but the DA is saying this is what they will do to ensure that we have electricity. We don't have jobs, but this is the DA that will do to ensure that we have jobs. We don't have safety, but this is what the DA will do to make sure that we are safe. This is what we are going to be doing. We're going to be talking to the people of Gauteng. Yes. Let's finish what we have started, Democrats. Let us rise up. Let us go out there. Let us make sure that 2024 is the 1994 for so many who have missed that opportunity of living in a South Africa that delivers for all, that gives hope to the hopeless, that ensures that we are all able to prosper. Because if Gauteng does succeed, South Africa, and indeed the continent of Africa, will indeed succeed. So I want to say to you, the contestations internally is finished, Democrats. Tomorrow, door-to-door starts. Tomorrow, registration starts. Yes. Tomorrow, the attack starts. Yes. And we are not going to relent. We are going to be relentless as we are going to be proving that we are the one and only alternative to the mess that South Africa has experienced. I thank you, Democrat.
Viva Solim Simanga, viva! Tata, Fred Nelly, Tata.
Let's walk the leader of stage.
Democrats, thank you very much. Thank you for your faith in me. I really appreciate it, and I'll do my utmost best to make a success of this position. There's only one thing ahead of us, and that's 2024 as a united team, as a democratic alliance. I want to thank you. I want to thank our awesome provincial and regional staff members who was here, who organized this Congress, to Phases guys for the audiovisual, to Richard that's sneaking out the door there, and Barney and the national team for helping us. Especially word of thanks to Werner and Priscilla for their excellent work as presiding officers. Democrats, to you, thank you for staying there, staying the course. Thank you for all the work that you've put in today. I wish you long lives. I wish you safe travels. This Congress's business is concluded. Thank you.
There you have it.
Travel safe, Democrats.
Siyabonga tie, siyabonga.
Danko, my dear.
Siyabonga tie, siyabonga.
Travel
Paya,
safe.
thank you, Paya, thank you, Paya, thank you. Moilup, moilup, moilup,
Banana.
moilup.
Banana.